All right. We got this. I think it's working, right? I'm going to see in a second, I guess. Yep, we are working. Welcome, Toxic. Welcome, Anthony. Welcome, It's Bacons. All right, everybody's getting in here. How is the audio? Let me know. I can make adjustments. So what do you all think of the XP progression fix? Actually, we should probably halt the discussion until we get some more people in here. It's going to be drowned out by a chorus of people saying hi. Could you imagine being in a room full of all of these people saying hello and greeting you? It's one thing that it's like over chat, but like I just had like a panic situation where it's like, oh my god, could you imagine if a ton of people were dropped into a room and they all just started greeting each other? Can hear your fan? Okay. You want me to turn down the fan? Kind of loud. Okay. Here, I can turn that down. So I got the AC on. If the drone is driving you crazy, that can be turned off. Okay? Convince me to join the channel, says Tristan Lee. Okay. Join the channel. There we go. That's all I could muster for now. I'm a bit loud? Okay, I can turn it down a bit more. How is this? Is this okay? Somebody says 169k subs. Nice. And yeah, I agree. I actually made the exact same joke to Rebecca last night, which I see her in the chat. Why are you playing PC? Oh, because that's my console or platform of choice, I guess. The personal computer. Here, let's take a look at... Okay, so I gotta complete 5 ranked arena matches. So they implemented basically a stopgap, which is they can't magically create a new progression system out of thin air. So what they did was create a temporary fix, which is you now have a permanent play a match. That is, it can never be completed, but it always grants XP. It's only 50 XP, but that means after every single match, you at least rank up just a smidge. And they were clear that that's not the end of it. They are still going to be, that's basically the temporary fix until the permanent solution arrives. Daytime Dorks is a part of the Late Night Owls now. Welcome, my friend. We got GH Productions, who says, big thanks to you, LNG. You were a pretty vocal figure alongside all of us to get this progression fixed. I love your content, and I'm honored to support you. I am honored to receive your donation, GH Productions, and I'm honored that you guys, because I'm just one person. It was like all of you. You know, Reddit was blowing up, Twitter was blowing up, like... When it came to this, you guys were instrumental, you know? The overwhelming demand for, like, fixes to it, you know? Don't downplay you guys. You were all responsible for this, and I'm really proud of you, actually. And what's also nice is that you are all very specific about the issues with it. They basically ripped open the progression system and pulled out a bunch of those like nonsensical challenges. So as of right now, the challenge system I've noticed has gotten very generic. But you know what? Being generic, like play a match, play 3 matches, at least that doesn't discourage people from engaging with objectives. So it's like as a temporary fix, we're in a good spot. But, you know, something better's got to come. Let's see, we actually got a new member as well. We've got Tristan Lee, who is a member of the Night Owls. Here, we're gonna get out of here. What is this? Can I get in here? No? I'm actually curious. Oh, I'm getting distracted, hang on. Also, my FOV is really low. That doesn't seem right, right? Oh, well, that would explain it. I'm sitting right in front of my computer, and so the FOV of like 95, that wasn't doing it for me. I'm still getting nonsense ones. Okay, keep an eye on like those nonsense ones, okay? And what I would suggest is whenever you do get those nonsense ones, report it. I am still getting like the get X amount of kills with a gun. I understand that those are like popular challenges in like your Call of Duties and stuff like that. Like basically your games that are kind of loadout driven. But I think Halo isn't a loadout driven shooter. It's more of a shooter designed around right tool for the right situation. You know, you're not like actively seeking out a gun because you like the gun and want to get kills with it. You're seeking it out because you know it's going to serve you well in whatever it is you're trying to do. So encouraging people to have that kind of like, just find a gun and get some kills with it. Like, because I definitely know I said on Twitter, if I were to choose between capturing a flag or getting that bulldog kill, so that I could get some XP, because the challenge wants me to, I'm going to ditch the flag. Because that flag's not going to reward me anything. The challenge, though, that is. And that's kind of like a broken aspect of the progression system, in my opinion. It's tough, because there were also some people talking about nobody is going for the objectives. And there's definitely an aspect of, like, you know, people have always kind of played objective games more like Slayer in Halo, but I do wonder how much of it is, unfortunately, the challenge system discouraging people from putting themselves in a vulnerable state once they have a weapon that they have to get kills with. Here, let's scroll up a little bit. Ethan Greenhaw says, should be base XP plus win XP plus performance XP for kills, assists, captures, etc. No encouragement to play with good without performance XP. Thoughts? We're going to get into that. Earth Tease. Oh, man, I'm under fire. Okay. Damn it. Okay. Earth Tease says, I've been following your content for so long. I love how you explain everything. It's an honor to follow you on this journey. Earth Tease, that makes me feel warm and fuzzy to know that you've been here for a while and that you've watched my maturation and evolution as a person. I appreciate you being around, man. But, so talking about the challenge system, Actman brought up something rather interesting on Twitter, which was Halo 5 Warzone, if you remember. So Halo 5 was kind of like that XP-based performance progression system. Do better, get more medals, and etc., and you'll get more XP at the end of the match. And he described like those Warzone farming issues, if you remember, during Halo 5's lifespan, where you'd get like 12 people all in a squad, and they'd deliberately run down the clock and spawn trap the enemy, just so that they could farm double kills and triple kills and stuff for more XP. And that was something I had not considered. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts. Out of the bat, I'm feeling a little bit more lenient towards the performance XP system in regards to that, because I think some of that is also a problem with Warzone as a game mode, Halo 5's Warzone. I don't think it was designed well to begin with. So XP progression system or not, like spawn trapping was very easy to do in that mode. Big Mike says Call of Duty is better than Halo. Big Mike, once your time out is done, buddy, I'd like to hear you elaborate on why you feel that way. I'd be willing to hear you out. You just gotta articulate your point, buddy. Alex says, late night, would giving credits to players to purchase items destabilize the economy of the game or no? No, I don't think so. I mean, just in general, the idea of Halo having an economy kind of, it, like, raises the hair, you know, on my arms. It kind of sends shivers down my spine, because I'm like, that's creepy. I don't like that. But I also think, like, so listen, it's not like a real... Like, nothing's at stake, you know? None of these items are... It's all up to the developers, essentially. Like, if they want to give you all some currency so that Spartans can look more diverse right now, then they absolutely can. Like, there's going to be more skins and armors and stuff thrown into the rotating store. This is just the start of it. Like, I don't think anything's going to be ruined at launch by giving the players some free currency. And honestly, I actually would encourage 3432 because, you know, a lot of the fears about the coding system were kind of proven correct, where it's like, oh my god, so much player choice, and you see like 8 Spartans in Big Team Battle all running the exact same coding with no variation, as opposed to being able to pick and choose your own colors, where you see a lot more variety, because it's very personal to people. Here, let's read some of these chats. Kyle says, another problem I've come across, not sure if it's me, is the map rotation isn't good enough. I've played 10 hours and had Bazaar once. Thoughts? Yeah. This is like another, I guess, like, there is value to not having a voting system, I think, because you do run into a situation where you never see a certain map because the lobby has all collectively decided that they hate it, and it gets downvoted into oblivion. But then you also have the situation kind of like Halo 5 and Destiny and, like, well, now Halo Infinite and, like, some of these other games that removed, like, player choice, I guess, in the pre-game lobbies. Like, it's up to the RNG, and sometimes the RNG isn't that good. And also something to consider that I kind of liked about, like, map voting is it allowed you something to do while you were waiting for the match to start. Because as of right now, there's not really a lot we can do. We're all just, like, sitting there twiddling our thumbs waiting for the next match to begin. And letting players be able to at least vote on what the next map might be, or if not vote, maybe you can have some kind of, well, a veto system. But I don't know, that's just me. I think they should add a win one game daily to go alongside play one game. That would encourage performance to a degree. Chris, that's a fantastic idea. Yeah, that way you don't need to just play, but if you win, then you're guaranteed 100 XP. That's pretty good, actually. That's a solid suggestion. Mickey says, why you gotta offend Big Mike like that? He mustered the rest of his remaining brain cells to type that. Give him some credit. I'm actually curious, what was Big Mike doing? I just saw that Rebecca, fastest gun in the West, with the timeout button. So I assume he was spamming. Avenged Chaos says, what if we got a little currency for completing weekly challenges? Not a lot, but just a little. There you go. I don't like the idea of, like, the currency being kind of like this thing that you can only get by spending money. Especially since there are aspects of Halo Infinite that are not free to play. Like, in my opinion, if you buy the Halo Infinite campaign, you should get challenges related to the Reach Battle Pass that always grant you a little bit of XP and a little bit of currency. I don't think that that's fair to take the people who did buy the campaign, or even, like, the special editions of the game, and treat them like freeloaders. Like, get in line, get out your wallet. The skin is still $20, you know? Even though you just paid for, like, the premium edition of the game. Earth Tease says, I'm glad that Halo Infinite has so much more developer-based maps, not discrediting the Forge maps in Halo 5. Oh, you mean kind of like the maps are a little bit more developer focused? Because yeah, Halo 5 definitely. So it's interesting because on the topic of, like, maps, so 343 after Halo 5 and its live service and how unusually long it took them to kind of like respond to player complaints and even deliver maps. Most of Halo 5's post-launch maps were like remixes of maps that already existed or maps that didn't make it into the final game and were just kind of like, you know, added in post-launch. Like, there wasn't a lot of fresh maps made. And when you look at something like Call of Duty, and granted, like Activision, they, you know, the less we talk about Activision and crunch culture, the better. But the new Call of Duty Vanguard, as bland, boring, and dry as it is, it has like 20-something maps in it. Like, Call of Duty benefits from having multiple support studios that work alongside the developers. I wonder if it would benefit 343 to consider seeking out or even proposing, like Microsoft bringing in a support studio to help increase the production of maps. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Especially now that, like, players' attention spans are getting shorter and shorter, you know, and, like, live service content demands that there's, like, this kind of, like, treadmill of maps constantly coming. Nick Terry says, my biggest issue with the game is the extremely limited playlist. Sometimes I just want to play something like Slayer. Thoughts? I agree with you, man. Nick Terry, I was there when Halo 5 launched 6 years ago, and I had all the same complaints, basically, where it's like, where are all the playlists? And so to see that feedback over the course of 6 years now about, hey, 343, that kind of wasn't cool, how you guys launched Halo 5 with no playlists. To see them have 6 years worth of feedback and see that feedback functionally ignored, I'm sure they didn't just be like, pah, they don't know what they're talking about. I'm sure it's a lot more like complicated than that behind the scenes, but if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, if you catch my drift, it certainly seems like we were just ignored when it came to that feedback, and it doesn't feel great. I would like to see some more playlists in the game. I know that they said next week is going to start like an event where we can all like earn that like samurai armor, and then it would feature a temporary rotating playlist, and I'm like, so we're going to get 5 playlists, and one of those playlists isn't even permanent. It's rotating game modes in and out. Like, where's Infection? Where's Fiesta? Where's Dedicated Slayer? Where's Free-For-All? Where's SWAT? Like, this isn't cool. You know, Halo Infinite is taking off. Everybody is playing it. Right now, of all times, you should be encouraging people to branch out and show how much Halo has to offer. Not pretending like Halo is this narrow, linear thing, which is, you know, do you want to play 4v4 or 12v12? That's it. There's nothing else Halo has to offer you. Vibrant says, you should get XP for each and every win. Agreed, my man. Wiley Todd says, hey, man, so I have a 3070 graphics card and Halo keeps crashing. Have you heard of anyone with 3070s having this problem? I can't say that I have. What I would suggest to you is, can you DM me? Can you DM me your specs? I can hand off your specs to the PC lead on Halo Infinite. Because something that's actually like pretty cool about him is he worked on the PC version of Destiny. And he feels pretty proud about that PC version of the game. And he is kind of like very, very, very receptive to feedback. He's kind of like obsessive almost about making sure that, like, you know, everything is being accounted for. Like, there's a lot of like small things that we suggested to him during the development that to us seemed like kind of trivial. Like, is he really going to do this? I don't think so. And boom, there we go. Like, it was there. He added it. He advocated for it. So the PC team is very, very receptive to feedback right now. We're going to have to slow down after this match so I can catch up. Penniless Prime says, do you think there's a possibility of 343 adding challenges specific to campaign, which would give campaign players an opportunity to rank up an MP? Yeah. I like campaign challenges. I like campaign XP progression, kind of like, you know, Halo Reach. It wasn't a lot, but it was definitely something. Damn it. Justin Wills says potentially could do a voting system where instead of the top vote being next map, more votes means higher chance it will be the next map. That's a good idea. Like, kind of, well, here's the problem with that, actually, and it's unfortunately skill-based matchmaking, which is after every map, you're just broken up and everybody separates and scatters. In something like old school Modern Warfare 2, where the maps, where like basically the lobby stuck together and you bounced from match to match, that kind of a system actually would work. But in Halo Infinite, you're all split up after a match, and you know there isn't really a lobby, so to speak, after every map. It's just kind of like, all right, guys, bye. I'll see you maybe in the next game. So I guess when you're voting for that, who on the team, or like all those players that are grouped up together, who would those votes be going towards? Because when you all split up, does that mean all of you now are going to have a higher chance of getting into this specific map next time you matchmake? If so, that could potentially snowball the population into very specific maps and actually cause matchmaking issues if you can't group up with enough players who voted for the same map that you voted for, you know, when the odds are high enough for you to start actually getting into that map. Does that make sense, or was I just rambling? Weird Wizard says, hey, Late Night Gaming, what do you think the chances are that the campaign sandbox has more weapons, new weapons, than the ones we have in MP? Spiker, plasma rifle. Oh my god, hang on, I gotta turn off notifications or something. I'm getting spammed. I appreciate it. But unfortunately, I can't, you know. Yeah, sorry, buddy. Okay, so what do I think about the possibility of the campaign sandbox having more weapons or even new weapons than the ones we have in MP? It's entirely possible. It's also entirely possible that they could add new weapons via DLC. You know, nothing stops them, I guess, from like adding new things. The only concern I would have is how curated is the campaign. Because you can't just start throwing new weapons into the combat loop, like, and have it feel well balanced, have the flow be pitch perfect. You know, it could get chaotic if you're just throwing new weapons into the sandbox without properly testing them. And then some could even argue, well, wouldn't that kind of like, I guess, like disrupt the flow of like the game retroactively? What if you preferred the way that the sandbox flowed? And it's like, well, now your game is just different and there's no way to opt out of it. That was kind of a bit of a tangent response, but... Let me back up, let me back up, let me back up. Because I know I just missed a ton of super chats. I'm so sorry. Colton Deere says, I have a 3070 and had some crashing as well. Yeah, so... Speak out to the PC team. Be very vocal with your feedback. Also reach out to some of the community people at 343 and be as specific as possible. Give your PC specifications, okay? Jack Cooper. Oh, nice, Jack Cooper. Like from Titanfall. Says, I wish challenge progression popped up in match. Yeah, that's another thing that's really strange. You can't check your challenges during a match. It's weird. You know, the progression system is based all around these challenges, but you can't even, like, track their progress while you're in a match. It's really strange. What was the fix, is called Tully. I'm also disappointed because I paid for the pass and the XP payout is pitiful. So basically, the temporary fix until a more permanent solution is developed is they are dumbing down the challenges to make them very generic and almost like you can earn them without even like, you know, you can earn them in your sleep. And I can validate that. This morning I got up, didn't even focus on them too much, and I ranked up 3 times in about 2 hours, maybe an hour. It was pretty fast, like alarmingly fast. I was very pleasantly surprised. But that being said, it's a temporary fix, you know. It's good for now, but I eagerly await to see if they're going to make a new progression system. Okay, here we're gonna... Now that I've got a moment... Oh, no, don't have a moment to myself. Man, playing ranked is not the best for reading the donations, right? How do the big streamers usually do this? So I'm not actually one to watch Twitch too often. How do the big streamers, when they're playing like competitive games like this, how are they able to pace like the answering of the questions? Seems like magic to me. Like, how are they able to respond so quickly while in the heat of the moment? Or do they, like, wait until the end of a match? Oh, boy. Let's go up here. Plasma pistol. We don't need that. Unfortunately, that's just going to get me killed. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to ditch this challenge because ranked is unfortunately a little bit too intensive. I can't just like casually play ranked. Ah! Damn it. Okay. Scroll up a little bit more. Oh my gosh, I'm missing a lot. So we got Salter9 who just donated, I think that's £1. Thank you, friend. We got Aaron Hoffman who says, it would be nice to see that doing things in the campaign would unlock certain armors or color sets or whatever for the multiplayer, sort of like Halo 3. I'm with you, Aaron. That actually is a fantastic idea. We got another Aaron, this time Aaron Mitchell, who says, what if you get to do like a map ranked preference before you search so that you can set up like 5 maps from 1 to 5 in order of the most liked to least liked. Then again, you would unfortunately snowball the multiplayer population since, imagine if you were kind of like, you set like certain maps as like least liked and stuff like that. And it's like basically if you give players the ability to say, I really don't want to be in these certain maps. If a majority of the population doesn't like that, that means the people who do like those maps, their matchmaking experience is going to be really rough. There does need to be a bit of that, like, it's part of, like, the matchmaking experience. Like, you gotta be able to, you know, just be like, oh, God, this map, oh, well, okay, yeah, I'll play it. Like, they can't all be winners, basically. A solution, in my opinion, would be a server browser. You could have like 24/7 midship, you know, stuff like that, like MCC server browser or even Halo 5's. But unfortunately, I don't think Halo Infinite's going to have that. I can't see it anywhere. Senior Chuck E. Cheese says, "Sir, it's been weeks. Where is my burger?" Senior Chuck E. Cheese, how much longer can you hold on for? I'll get you your burger soon, okay? Just hold on tight, okay? It's coming. Oh my gosh. I am so far behind. Cal Tully says, I'm also baffled because the XP system in MCC is good. Well, I think what helps with the MCC... Now, this is definitely, like... This is just my opinion about it. Unlocking stuff is where MCC is like a little bit dicey because that's your progression system when it comes to unlocking stuff is time gated. There are literally moments where it is impossible for you to unlock anything else because you don't have any challenges available that give you stuff. But MCC has, like, a secondary progression system, which is more or less just for, like, bragging rights, where it's, you know, you ranking up. And I think that's pretty snazzy, and the fact that, like, Halo Infinite just doesn't have that is so bizarre and weird to me. Even Halo Wars 2, if you remember, brought back, like, that Reach-style ranking system where all the ranks are kind of named after military ranks. And so it's weird that, like, Halo Infinite is just, like, or not have any of that. Orca Master says, what's your favorite AI companion? I personally like Fret the most. Makes me feel like I've got a little brother or something. I love it. I think I said yesterday my favorite AI so far, at least until I try out the Superintendent, is the text-to-speech sounding one. Lumu? I don't know her name. I think I just saw shimmering. Is there an invisible guy in here? Or was that just the dynamic resolution? Yeah, every now and then the dynamic resolution scaling, I see some shimmering. And I mistake it for a cloaked player. I think I said on, like, the first day that this game didn't have dynamic resolution scaling. I think I was wrong. In fact, I'm confident that I was wrong, because turning on the setting, when it gets really aggressive, the game does start to look quite blurry. What the f— there we go. I was gonna say, where'd he go? Oh boy. Let's try going down here. I wonder if I can knock somebody off. Maybe I can bait them down here. Come on, buddies. No? Nothing? Okay, they're moving on. Okay, I've got a moment. Easy Ranger says, considering the prolific use of grenades in Infinite, how would you feel about the addition of a grenade proximity indicator? Halo 4 tried that, and I did not like it in Halo 4 one bit. Unfortunately, I think a large part of the grenade spam in this game is down to the fact that there are quite literally no downsides to spamming grenades. In past Halo games, that grenade spam was semi-kept in check by team damage. Because, you know, you couldn't just do that. Eventually, you're going to get a betrayal, and you're going to get kicked from the game. You had to be a little bit more careful. But now, there is no downside. You know, go crazy, guys. Throw all the grenades you want. And I don't think that adding a grenade danger indicator is a good solution, because at that point, you're starting to change Halo a little bit, you know? You're starting to, like, adopt gameplay systems from other kinds of shooters, kind of like Call of Duty, that have very different flows and roles for grenades. I think really, it's just, the game forgives a little bit too easily, this game. It's very forgiving. It's like almost kind of like it touches you with little kid gloves. Like it just wants to make sure that, you know, oh my god, please be having fun. Please not be not having fun. Eric, oh my god, here we go. Let me go up. Eric Lindbergh says, I strongly believe that performance XP needs to be biased towards objective and team play to avoid Slayer the Flag, etc. Like I see too much in MCC. Yup, I agree. I'm with you. Blaze Tresler donates $1. Thank you, Blaze. Christopher Knudsen says, any thoughts on the whole enemy outline flooding the screen and making people unable to sort of stealth across the map without getting spotted from across the map? Yeah. What? Oh, I guess I ranked up. I don't care. I'm sorry, I don't care. We're gonna jump out of ranked arena, and we're gonna, what challenges can I do? Kill any Spartans with gun fine, sure. See, they're starting to get specific now, so now, like, ranking up's becoming less fun. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the enemy outlines. it's there for, like, accessibility reasons. Also, it's there for, like, making the game a little bit easier to play. And, like, those I completely understand. But then also, I think just, like, aesthetically, I'm not a big fan of it, because, like you said, it kind of unintentionally gives player positions away. And also, there's no artistic fallback in case you're ever in a situation where players are standing a bit too close to each other and you can't quite tell who's who. I've had that just a few times, but it's happened so briefly that I can't complain about it. Like, it happens in games like Apex 2 that have player outlines, but it's more or less an aesthetic criticism that I have at this point. Ratchet says, here, £2 for making me chuckle. Also, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good, you know? I made the mistake of drinking coffee on an empty stomach, and so I had a caffeine crash early in the day, so I'm a little bit sluggish, but I'm doing pretty good now. How are you guys doing? Halo Millennium says, I just finished the Battle Pass because I couldn't be bothered to deal with the current progression system. Plus, I really wanted Joseph Staten's AI. LOL. Oh, did you pay for it? I guess let us know if it was worth it, you know? I don't think I'm going to pay for the progression system, or this Battle Pass, because or I guess I should say pay more. Because, you know, there's going to be another one, and I'm curious to see what that'll be. It's that that kind of like a nihilism that I have when it comes to free-to-play games, where it's just like, just don't buy any of the cosmetics. There's going to be cooler ones in 6 months or 3 months. Here we go. Slow down a little bit. Weird Wizard says, I got a 10-minute ban for leaving. Looking for the mode I need. Bad behavior, I know, but the system encourages it. Banned for trying to get a challenge. Yeah. The challenge system encourages people to play the game wrong. And that is a strange disconnect, I guess, between the live team and the actual, like, multiplayer team. That I guess they hadn't, like, coordinated. Or, like, I assume that they did coordinate to an extent, but, like, that these concerns were not, like, taken too seriously. Sarasvan? Sarasvan. I hope I said that right. One of those has got to be close to correct, right? Says, just to say, because I had this issue, make sure your graphics drivers are up to date. Since doing that, I have had no crashes. Also, keep up the great streams and content late night. Thank you so much, man. And that is an excellent point. Is there an update, a driver update for Halo Infinite? Here, I'm not going to try with that weapon yet. This shock rifle's pretty snazzy. I gotta say, I really like the shock rifle. Yeah, get out of there. I'm a big fan of the shock rifle in this game. And, I know it's not too practical with killing players, but, then again, not every gun needs to be. Some guns are designed more around a utility. But, if we wanted to, we could probably kill that guy up there. Yeah, look at that. That was kudos to whoever was on my team that threw that up there. That was appreciated. Also, I feel like people are really sleeping on the drop wall. I would like to see it last a little bit longer. Maybe not, you know, buff the drop speed or whatever, but have it just passively sit for much longer. Because it is fun, actually, when you pick it up and you're kind of, you got to make a push, and so you and your buddies start, like, I guess, like, turtling up and throwing those things to give yourselves some breathing room. Just in general, I think something I'd like to see from the DLC is more neutral equipments that I can use to, like, benefit my team. Blaze Tressler says, what would you think of a Battlefield 2042 style ODST game? Oh, like something kind of like large-scale warfare? That would be pretty cool. I wouldn't mind something like that as a spin-off. Like, I think Halo is primed for, like, a military simulator type of thing. Stupid Jellyfish says, it sounds like you're disappointed in this game. Oh. Well, I think it's okay to be a little bit disappointed. Something that kind of sucks, I guess, which now we can kind of talk about it, is for a lot of people there is like the honeymoon period, you know, when a new game comes out. My honeymoon period is unfortunately compromised, and I love honeymoon periods. Like, they're the most fun, where it's just like the game is so new, the serotonin in your brain is going bananas. Like, it's a fun time being in the honeymoon phase, and unfortunately, just because of like being involved with Halo Infinite since early 2019, my honeymoon phase is unfortunately kind of like over, so I'm like already kind of analyzing certain aspects of the game. But I will say that it performs a lot differently in the live environment than I was expecting. People are doing some like pretty cool things that at least I wouldn't have considered. But never confuse constructive feedback with being disappointed or hating a game, you know? The reason we're all being so vocal immediately out of the gate, like not even giving the game room to breathe, is because holy crap, this is something really good that 343 has here. Like, if these can be fixed ASAP before the player base starts losing interest and complaining, then Halo could be on the right track, because that's the biggest concern I have, is the first season of Halo Infinite, or the second season, I guess, has already been delayed, if I remember right. Like, it's going to come out in like 6 months now, and it's kind of like a little bit confusing, and no one knows what's going on, so it's like, guys, like, the marketing campaign for the next Call of Duty is already going to start ramping up, you know? We're going to see, like, other games next year. Like, competition is fierce in the AAA gaming sphere, you know? Halo needs to be fast, and this game currently I don't think has enough content. And we're just at launch, but 343 in the past, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of confidence in their ability to rapidly create content based off the experience with Halo 5, and then even the MCC, how long it took for bug fixes and stuff to happen. So that's partially why I get so aggressive with, like, these, you know, just throwing this out there. Here's how I feel about the game. It needs this. Nicola Bourne donates 99 cents. Thank you so much, buddy. Let's scroll up a little bit. Christopher Knudsen says, thanks for the answer. Love your videos. Personally, been a Halo fan since the beginning of the first Xbox with Halo CE. That is pretty cool. So you've been around for a while. I got a question then, I guess, for you. What do you think of the Xbox Anniversary Assault Rifle? That's what I'm using right now. It's designed to kind of replicate the color palette of the Combat Evolved Assault Rifle. You can even see the ammo counter. They modified the colors of the ammo counter a little bit, just to give it that kind of, like, nostalgic look. How do some of the, like, nostalgic-y throwback stuff make you feel? Mickey says, 343 should just take notes from Apex with how they present their battle pass. You move through said pass by playing the game, but you can level up faster by doing the weekly and daily challenges. Agreed, Mickey. Agreed. Anton says, Battle Pass should have been free with the campaign pre-order. Again, I agree. I agree. Those who bought the campaign should not be treated like free-to-players. You know, you invested a lot of money into the game. Come here. I'm taking this with me. Get out of there. I also hope we see a Falcon at some point, you know, or a Hornet at least, like something a little bit more interesting than the Wasp. You know, I want to load up some people and then take to the skies. There we go. A concern I would actually have about that is that, unfortunately, Big Team Battle's, like, insistence on aerial vehicles must be dropped via a Pelican that is very similar to the Warzone rec system, where it's just kind of like you call in a thing and it comes from nowhere. I am worried that that kind of, like, nature of spawning in certain vehicles means that you're not going to have a lot of cooperative play when it comes to, like, aerial vehicles. Because you'd have to, like, coax people to be like, quick, 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 even though we're in the middle of, like, a kill zone because the vehicle just dropped off and everyone's fighting for it. You'd probably have people staying back. There we go. Okay, we're getting out. This thing's about to blow. No, come back. No, stop, don't. Come back. To quote Willy Wonka. I'm excited for the day and night cycle. I hope it's like Halo 3 ODST in terms of dark, and I wonder if you can see the cutscenes both in day and night. That would be cool to see. I do hope that it does, like, you know, like a proper darkness. Or at least, if it doesn't, that there's like a skull or a modifier that makes the night super dark. Because during the flight, remember, there was a command for flashlights? So it's like, oh, that's cool, they're bringing back the flashlights from the original Halo trilogy. Like, maybe that means that, like, you know, there will be situations where it's so dark that we require a flashlight for visibility. Because a lot of games tend to do, for the sake of, like, visibility, they just have nighttime be more or less day, but with a blue tint in terms of, like, light levels. I think of, like, Far Cry 5, where sometimes it's actually brighter during the night than it is during the day. Nicola Byrne says, what do you think the next Battle Pass theme will be? My instinct tells me it'll be Combat Evolved themed. But probably anything. I wonder if it'll be something a little bit more like narrative themed. I'm thinking if they'll do like a kind of Fortnite-y Warzone type of thing where you'll have this pseudo narrative happening in the multiplayer environment with cutscenes. Hopefully it'll be a little bit less like embarrassing than Warzone. Because Call of Duty Warzone, it's like, what is... I can just imagine, like, the original developers who made, like, some of these characters, like Captain Price, like Call of Duty 4, just, like, shocked and stunned at what Activision has done to some of those characters, turning them into, like, the Avengers. They're like the Avengers, but they commit war crimes. Blaze Tressler says, on my last chat, I think the Halo 3 Believe trailer. Think the Halo 3 Believe trailer, but as a game. Oh, like that kind of atmosphere. Yeah, something like that would be cool. Thoughts on the weapon racks versus natural placement. I understand what... So, I understand what the weapon racks are for. The idea is, for a new player, brand new to Halo... They're not going to think to, like, check this dark corner for a battle rifle sitting there. Properly telegraphing to a player where the weapons will be, it's easier for them to kind of, like, remember. But I do think it has unintended consequences in terms of, like, the creativity and the variety of your placements. Because you don't want to place too many weapons near each other, otherwise you're covering the place in these, like, stupid weapon racks. But the problem also is that, like, even just, like, from an artistic standpoint, like, it gets very dull looking to see the same UNSC weapon racks everywhere. And even sometimes it, like, unintentionally kind of borks with the art of the map itself. Like, why are there UNSC weapon racks attached to these ancient Forerunner structures or bolted to the sides of, like, trees? Like, what? You know? But, you know, nothing is set in stone. 343 did say they are always willing to change or reevaluate certain things. And I think at least right now is like an onboarding thing, getting people used to the rules of Halo. Like, it's doing its job. Tyler Cottrell says, unless they are giving us a reason to pre-order the game, I don't see no point in doing so unless I'm missing some information about that. As far as the campaign goes, Yeah. Yeah, pre-ordering seems almost more of like a formality, I guess. I feel like if you pre-order the game, they should have at least given everybody something like an HD recreation of the Combat Evolved Master Chief armor. You know, something like that. Is it like... Is the pre-order bonus something silly like the color blue? Hello from Finland. Glad I have tomorrow off. Going to relax and play some Halo. So, Lori Cortola said that, and they had just implemented some changes to the way the XP distribution had, so you're going to be playing Halo at an optimum time. You're probably going to really enjoy yourself. Stephen Parker says, thoughts about Vanguard in 2042? Oh, man. Oh, man. Vanguard in 2042. Vanguard, I think, looks like the game equivalent of white noise. It's a thing designed to be bland and kind of unnoticeable and maybe help you sleep at night. I just have no thoughts about Vanguard. It looks like... It almost looks like a... Like, the best way to describe it is an obligatory game. It exists because it has to be. There doesn't seem to be a lot of, like, I guess, passion around it. It's just there because it's that time of the year where there needs to be another Call of Duty game. It's like nobody developed it, you know? It just kind of like manifested. I have no opinions. Vanguard looks so boring. And 2042 looks depressing because I'm a big Battlefield fan. Battlefield 4 is one of my favorite games of all time. And I was so ready for Battlefield 2042, and after I saw the specialist system, I was like, oh, okay. And then when I saw the art style, I was like, oh, okay, it looks a little bit more cartoony than I'm used to for Battlefield, but meh. And then I saw the bugs, then I saw the maps, the way they're designed, and the large player count and how that's affected combat pacing. And it's just like, I get like sadder and sadder and sadder the more I see it. And now I'm just like, I'll just wait. You know, I'll just wait. I'm really bummed about 2042. I'm really, really bummed. I wanted to be excited about that game. Hey, Late Night, what would be your dream progression system? I personally would love a reach-like system. I want more armor bits and less so colors. Yeah, my dream progression system would be one completely 100% divorced from an in-game item shop. No way to buy cosmetics, no way to buy new armors or skins or anything. It is all isolated to the game. That would be my ideal progression system. So without the need for that, you've just got to start designing a fun progression system that's fun to rank up. There's no way to rank up without engaging with it. So that's the way I would design one. Mr. Dilson says, I feel like the Wasp doesn't follow the design language of the rest of the vehicles. Too sleek, in my opinion. I think the Wasp looks fine. It definitely is a little bit, like, sleek and futuristic-y, but that's more so due to it being, like, a holdover from the Reclaimer saga, where that was kind of the look. But I also do think, like, with the kind of, you know, it doesn't look as versatile as a Banshee, as advanced as a Banshee. I think it is okay. It's definitely pushing it in some instances, but it's like any criticism I have about the Wasp aesthetically, it's really just nitpicks, you know? I can't criticize it. It looks fine. I just don't like it mechanically compared to the Hornet and the Falcon. Daytime Dork donates $1. Thank you so much, my friend. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Love the content. I think 343 should emphasize their monetization strategy more towards getting new players to buy the campaign, like discounts for MP. Yeah, that definitely helps. I would hope that people would have a lot of like excitement for the campaign this time around. And what's also kind of fun is like the pseudo narrative aspect of the multiplayer, I guess like taking place in the canon. Well, I am disappointed that it's just a training simulation. You know, I don't like when games come up with a narrative for their multiplayer, and the narrative they come up with is, it's low-stakes paintball, don't worry, nobody's getting hurt. You're not actually engaging in these, like, you know, conflicts. I do at least appreciate that, like, well, okay, it's connected now narratively to Halo. It's also a more welcoming Halo than Halo 4 and 5, and people seem really interested in it, so you know what? They might be interested to see what this Master Chief business is about in the single player. Ratchet says, what version of Halo are you running? Steam, etc.? Oh yeah, the Steam version. I'm running the Steam client. Ethan says, how do you feel about the lack of classic maps? I would like to see some remakes. I know that the multiplayer team gave like this thing where they were just like, you know, no remakes, never remakes. We're not remaking any maps. We want every map to be completely new. I would hope that they'd reevaluate that, or at least like reconsider that stance, because I think remakes are like the bread and butter of Halo. Even bad maps in Halo, I don't think there's really any map that is unfixable in Halo, just due to the sandboxy nature of it. Like, if a map is like, it's just everybody's sniping on this map, it sucks. Okay, easy fix. Get rid of the snipers, you know? Developers have a lot of control about the way that their matches flow in Halo, compared to something like Call of Duty, where it's all loadout driven. Oh boy. Okay, that's not a gun goose. I need a gun goose. Oh boy. Spikefish Network says, just checking. Did you get my chat? Oh boy, Spikefish. Did I miss something, buddy? Oh, Spikefish, I might have missed your chat. I'm so sorry, man. What was your question again? And if I start missing it, people just start yelling at me, okay? Beachglow says, what's your opinion on the new game options for Halo 3 ODST Firefight? I love them. In fact, just like the mere fact that ODST Firefight now has, like, options for, like, customizing the waves, that's kind of, like, insane, just due to the under-the-hood way that Bungie built Firefight back in, what was it, 2009, 2008? Like, they didn't design it to be able to support custom waves, like, in such a modular way. And so the fact that, like, 343's developers were able to get that working, that's kind of like, wow, kudos to you guys. This really was above and beyond what we asked of you. It was really appreciated when they did that. That was cool of them. And it was free. You know, there was no catch. Let's see. I love the anniversary color palettes for the assault rifle. It does bring a bit of the nostalgic look to it, says Christopher Knudsen. Yeah, I like it too. And what's also cool is, because of the, this is something, Chris, you could probably do in the campaign when it launches. Because of the view model positions, nothing's stopping you from, like, going into your UI, and trying to kind of get the assault rifle to be held kind of like Chief held it in Combat Evolved, you know? I mean, this isn't one-to-one, but I'm sure somebody could replicate it. Like, trying to get it on your screen looking like Combat Evolved. Oh boy. Damn it! Okay. Oh, no, I got the kill. That's nice. DEG says, I'd also like the Falcon to return, but what would the Covenant equivalent be, like the Banshee is to the Wasp, etc.? Ah, see? You said the E word, equivalent. In my opinion, Halo should not be balanced around equivalence. The Falcon doesn't need a Covenant equivalent, because the Covenant, they have an aerial vehicle called the Banshee. The UNSC could have an aerial vehicle that's the Falcon or the Hornet, something so mechanically different. I don't really think that Halo is best balanced around equivalence, because and then I also see some people saying, well, what would be the counter then? I'd argue the exact same vehicle. What's the counter to a sniper? Another sniper. You know, nothing's stopping you from putting 2 of them on the map, or 3 or 4. You know, that kind of like equivalent or counter and stuff like that, that's almost like more of a loadout-y Call of Duty Battlefield type of way of designing things. Halo's a lot more arcadey than that. And that way also you don't restrict yourself sandbox-wise. You can actually be a little bit more flexible. Like, okay, you don't need to make the Covenant equivalent of the Falcon. So you have complete creative freedom to make a vehicle unlike any other vehicle in the game. What would you design? And how would it perform? Like, don't worry about making it an equivalent or a counter to something. Ryan says, I love your content. One of my favorite all Halo content creators. By the way, this map has a wasp spawn on both sides. A helipad, like classic game. No spawn pad, just appear. What? Really? Ryan, is that true? Guys, can you confirm that? I'm smiling right now. Remember, during the flighting, they were adamant that vehicles had to come via those dropships. So if they've already gone back on that, like, guys, that's really cool. Let me scroll down a little bit more. Hey, I'm a new Halo fan, started a year ago, and it is my favorite thing now, and I was never around to see the hate of the past games. I have seen no hate for this game. Would you say the vibe of everyone is different than Halo 4 and 5? Thanks, says Wiley Todd. The vibe is definitely different, my friend. Something interesting. So you're a new Halo fan. I'd actually ask you, what are your opinions on each of the Halo games? Because we're a little bit too we're a little bit too close to the fire. Okay. In fact, actually, like when Rebecca talks to me about Halo 5, because she's also new to the Halo series, it is so funny. Like I stop what I'm saying to her because I'm kind of like amused by the situation. Because I feel silly when I'm like, oh, that game is awful. I hate it. I hate it so much. And she's like, I had fun. And it's like, well, okay, it's not awful. It is a fine shit. And it's like I start pulling myself back because I have someone who lives in the real world to ground me. I'm not thinking about things in terms of hyperbole. Super Cyborg 10 says, is it just me or does it feel like there's some weird latency issues? My friends and I get delayed hit markers and getting killed around corners. Yeah, there's some server shenanigans happening. I had a lot of problems last night with rubber banding. Stephen Parker says, do you think 343 is a management problem? Depends. Because it would be incredibly naive, I guess, like to say publicly it doesn't look like it. Because, you know, Halo Infinite, over the course of its development, it had so many management shakeups that it's like, you can't ignore it, you know? I do think, though, that they seem to be stabilizing in terms of their leadership. There's been less heads rolling, and you start to see a little bit more consistency, I guess, at least publicly. Andres says, can you just play the game without spending any money? Yes, you can. You can, buddy. It is free to play. And thankfully, there's no loadouts or Warzone weapons or anything like that, so there isn't like that weapon that people are buying because it's the new meta. Like, we're all on an even playing field, so you're guaranteed a balanced experience. Somebody says, I'm glad there's new Halo fans. Yeah, I am too. New Halo fans are the coolest to me. Because it's fun hearing their thoughts on, like, Halo 4 and 5. Because they're not, like, we are compromised emotionally. You know, we're too emotionally close to it. Whereas them, they can view it with a more balanced perspective because they're seeing the whole Halo experience all at once. So it's interesting to hear their perspectives on the Reclaimer saga. Wesley Regan says, hey, Taras, I've been a fan since before the Q&As, the pre-Halo 5 days. Just wanted to say I have loved watching you grow. Keep up the great work. Wow, Wesley. It's funny you say Q&As, because I was going to talk to Rebecca about that, because during the days of Halo 5, I started a Q&A series. And Halo 5 was a new game. It was getting new updates and stuff. So there was always new conversations to ask. After Halo 5 had kind of run its course, I dropped the Q&As because the questions started to become very repetitive and speculative on things we really don't know anything about. But now that Infinite's here, should the Q&A come back, I wouldn't mind. I guess it's all on you guys. Like, would you see that as a dip in quality versus some of the more scripted stuff? Or do you think it's not really a problem? Am I good at articulating my thoughts even without a script? Oh my god, my Spartan! Look at the way he's facing! Hang on. Look, watch my Spartan. Look, my Spartan is ready to just leave the match. Oh, that's great. Look, my Spartan was facing the completely wrong way. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Ah! Felt like the Joker from The Dark Knight. I was like, come on, hit me! Here we go. I'm protected, at least temporarily. He's probably going around. No, we're good. Hide behind this, buddy. Get your shields back. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna draw this guy's fire. My teammate's shields are down. Okay, he's back. He's back up. All right, we're good. We survived that. I'm surprised. Yeah, guys, don't sleep on the drop wall. It's don't reserve it for yourself. If you want the drop wall to be really effective, follow teammates when you have it and just kind of stay behind them, see how their shield situation is doing, and then when you see them taking a lot of fire, throw it out there to protect them. That's kind of why I want to see some more neutral equipment being designed, because that's the kind of player I am. I'm not really the kind to get the grappling hook and go crazy, and I'm not like, I am no Mince Blitz, you know? Unfortunately, I am not that aggressive. So I'd actually love some like neutral stuff. That way I can be more of like a support player helping out my team. There was a guy behind me, so I'm leaving the grappling hook for him. He'll probably make better use of it than me. Spikefish Network says, thoughts on coatings locked to specific cores kits. Spikefish, I hope that was your question that I was missing, buddy. And I'm so sorry for missing it the first time. My thoughts. I am supremely super not a fan. I am not a fan at all, not in the slightest about that. I think that, like, they're, especially after Halo 5, and, like, this is, like, they've got a strong foundation here for the armor setup. And so seeing them now adopting, like, the kind of, like, stuff that you'd see in other games where your customization is very limited, and because you want to preserve the silhouette of those things that you bought from the store, that way you can be a walking advertisement, you know? There's no way for players to see that you just bought the very, very expensive clown costume if you're customizing the clown suit and just, like, putting it on other suits. It's there for marketing purposes. At least I think it is. And I hope that that's not the case and that they revisit it, because I'd prefer to be able to mix and match things, including coatings. It would give the game more visual variety. DG says, that's true. I said the E word. My bad. How about a Covenant vehicle from the past games? Lord, you'd like to see return. Yeah, that is a pretty good idea, DG. something I'd actually pitch to you, my man. You're given complete creative control over a vehicle, okay? Doesn't need to be designed for multiplayer, doesn't even need to be designed for the campaign. It could be just this bizarre vehicle that has really no practical use in terms of combat. But if it were dropped into Forge and some creative forgers got their hands on it, they could probably make a cool custom game about it. What would you design as a vehicle? You know, or if you want to prefer like that combat route, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what you would design as like a new, completely original Halo vehicle. And you're free to actually take like existing Halo vehicles and basically set the rules for them, how they would perform in a first-person Halo game. Taco Dealer says, people like me grew up and see Reach 4 and 5 as Halo. Yeah, so see, there's people like Taco Dealer, and that's very interesting. So, Taco Dealer, I've got a question for you, buddy. What do you think about Halo Infinite? Because its art style is a lot more reverential for, like, the trilogy mixed with a splattering of Halo Reach. So, what do you think of, like, Halo's... Because I assume for you, this is, like, a pretty big artistic shift for Halo. Because you're so used to seeing the Reclaimer saga. So what do you think about Halo Infinite's new art style, since you're more emotionally detached from, like, that topic? Orca Master says he missed mine too. Oh no, Orca Master, I hope I didn't miss that. Yeah, sorry, it's happening so fast. Isaiah super chat missed. No! Rebecca, what was his super chat? You know what, Rebecca? I'm going to have my phone right next to me. If there are any that I missed, Rebecca, I'm sure that you're on that, right?
Look there, an enemy flag carrier.
Stephen Parker says, why does 343 have problems with player retention? I don't really think that they have problems with player retention. I think, if I remember right, Halo 5's player retention was actually pretty good during its lifespan. Like, at least for, like, the existing player base. Obviously, there was that drop-off, but, like, Halo 5, pretty much up until Halo Infinite launched, was always consistently in the top 50 most played games on Xbox Live. And then MCC, I saw everyone was like, you know, oh my god, MCC has like a huge player drop off. Oh, like the game died. Like the game was above Halo 5. It was like 25th place, if I remember right, and it always hovered around there. Like MCC retained its population. In fact, Halo Infinite, like, we see, what, 250,000 players right now on Steam? We're not going to see that, guys. That's going to drop, okay? It's just the nature of, like, a launch game. You know, everyone's hopping in. They're curious. Once their curiosity is satisfied, they leave. Now, player retention comes in. The players that are, like, invested in the game, how are you going to keep them around? And at least in the case of Halo 5 and MCC, 343 seemed to do a good job, even though I think that was more accidental, because I don't think their live service rollouts for both of those games were particularly satisfying. DG says, I just thought of two, since I really like that you can't use the Wraith as a bit of a siege vehicle, or perhaps something like the functionality of the Halo 2 Scarab, where it's a platform. So, you're saying create a siege vehicle of some kind. Yeah. Would you, like, lock it down, I guess, in place? Here we go. All right, Rebecca brought me Orca Master, who says, I feel like the Mark 5, or the Mark... I feel like the... I can't read Roman numerals, so I'm just going to say it, all right? I feel like the MKVII armor should have a separate free progression track, so that way free-to-play players have cosmetics that you can earn. But if you want to pay for different armors, you can. Orca Master, you are a gentleman and a scholar, sir, and I completely agree with you. The base game should have a free armor set that you can, like, rank up. Like, the infinite armor set, you know, and it's all infinite stuff. And then basically after that, like, all right, buddy, you know, if you want more armors, you gotta pay for them, okay? What is Isaiah's super chat, Rebecca? Yeah, if we can get it. Guys, Rebecca's awesome. Like, seriously. She's just great. TK421 says, just got home from work. There's a progression fix. There is a temporary fix. So, TK421, I can't remember the exact quote. Is it TK421? Why isn't your transponder working? It's a Star Wars reference. There is a temporary fix in that basically what they've done is they've stripped out a lot of the bizarrely specific challenges and introduced a ton of, like, snooze fest, super easy to complete challenges. Like, complete a match, win a match, melee 3 Spartans, kill a Spartan with the assault rifle, the weapon that you start each match with. It's like a lot of super easy stuff. So today I have gained more levels than I have in the last 2 days of playing. In just a single day. So it's temporary, but it's working for now. Beach Glow says, so in Halo 3, did what
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
So in Halo 3, did what was Truth's reaction to the Flood? Like, did the Covenant didn't like the... There's some typos. What I'm interpreting this is, like, what was Truth's reaction to the Flood? I think Truth was gone before the Flood arrived on Earth. But if you remember at the end of Halo 3's campaign, he seemed pretty insistent that, like, he was like, how would I know that the parasite would follow? And all throughout Halo 2, he seemed kind of like the parasite's a non-issue. We're going to light the rings and everything will be hunky-dory. So I think Truth's always been, like, kind of delusional. I think he understands that the Flood were a serious threat, but he's, like, so confident in himself that he greatly underestimated the threat. And it was interesting because it was at the end of Halo 3. If you stop during your charge up the Citadel to where Truth is and just listen to his stuff, it's interesting hearing Truth, like, panicking and kind of, like, unable to control his Covenant because he's like, how could I have known that the parasite would follow? And it's like, whoa, Truth doesn't sound so sure of himself. He sounds like he's making excuses now. It's kind of interesting, you know? Halo 3 did Truth dirty, but there's some interesting stuff in there. Here, let's slow down and answer some of these. Stephen Parker says, I would love to see the Kodiak or the Cobra in an FPS game. Siege artillery is something Halo has never really had outside of the Wraith, kind of. Yeah, I would like to see some siege artillery. 3 Monix says, Boss Man, you've saved Halo. Now do the same for Sonic. Oh, boy. I wouldn't say that I saved Halo. But, God, poor Sonic. Rebecca can attest, Sonic Colors Ultimate, I was so excited about that game. Because I was telling her, I was like, Sonic games aren't usually good, Rebecca, but this is like the good one. And they're remaking it, and it's going to be on the Switch, and I'm so excited. And of course, it's Sonic. Of course there was a catch. The collection came out and it was broken, and Sega's been dragging their feet and not really fixing any of the issues, just doing a couple small patches here and there. Nothing serious, though. There's serious problems with that collection. And so I'm like, you know what? Fine. And I just went and bought Sonic Colors for the Wii. And I'm not going to buy Sonic Colors Ultimate. Like, screw that. I'm so bummed about that game. Let's run into Slayer for a bit, just so I can get some, like, melee attacks, you know? Heisenbitch says, hey, Late Night Gaming, noticed there were individual instances of identical codings for Mark 7, Mark 5B, and Yori. It's a nightmare scenario I'd like to elaborate on. I assume you're talking about the fact that codings are locked to things, in which case, yeah, I agree. It's not good. Here, let's see. Asaya, Rebecca got it to me. Okay, so Asaya Marshall says, mine was, what are your thoughts on the progression fix? My opinion is negative. You get less XP per match now, making it reliant on time-sensitive challenges. So, it's interesting, because I've now ranked up like more times this day than I have in the last 2 days because of the fixes. It's a temporary fix, and I agree with your criticisms. I think the difference with the progression system now is before it was kind of like start and stop. Start and stop. It was like you completed a challenge, boom, now you're halted until you complete the next challenge. Where thanks to the permanent complete a match challenge, at least it's slow, tedious, and boring, but at least now there isn't that just like, ugh, all progression is halted until you get 3 bulldog kills, if you know what I mean. It's still not good, though, and there is a lot of work that needs to be done. But those are my thoughts, at least. It's fine as a temporary fix, but something more substantial has to come. Field Gamella says, I hope I pronounced that right, by the way. Favorite new gun and vehicle. Also, I'm glad 343 seems to be listening to the fan base. They're not perfect, but it feels better. So, my favorite new vehicle is the Razorback. That thing is super cool. I'm incredibly happy with the Razorback. That's a clever idea for a vehicle. At first, I was thinking, so it's a troop transport hog. Why did you call it a new thing? You know? But no, I can confidently say that, like, the Razorback, it does enough to be different. I really like the fact that you can, like, stack stuff on the back. You know, so if you have, like, a sniper, you can just take that with you by loading it onto the back of the vehicle. Oh, boy. Come on, guys. Yeah, my ammo reserves are depleting. Damn it. Okay. And as far as favorite new guns go, it's hard to say. I'm a big fan of all of the new Forerunner weapons. They're all really fun and creative. Spartan Raven says, your opinion on community-made content for the store. That could be cool. I'd feel a little bit better about buying things in support of, like, creators. The one concern I would have is how would you go about getting your own personalized item in a store? Because I don't want there to be, like, you have to be this popular to get stuff in the store, you know? Like, as cool as it would be to have, like, a late night gaming theme set of, like, coatings or skins or whatever, I would feel really crummy if there was somebody in the community who's, like, small, they've got, like, maybe, like, 2,000 subs, and simply because I've been a YouTuber for longer, they don't have a coating in the skin, you know? I'd like if 343 could, like, create some kind of, like, enrollment program where you could, like, submit, like, ideas and designs, and they gotta have, like, artists go over it, see if it'll be acceptable, and then, like, have that, kind of like how Valve lets the community make packs. I would like something like that. We're gonna find a safe spot. The problem is right now that I've got the oddball, and I see those super chats are stacking up. Holy crap. That's a good-looking water dispenser. Oh, boy. Okay. Raptor says, Infinite will have more maps and modes at launch. I don't think so. They've said that this beta is more or less content complete, and if that's the case, we've got a problem, you know? And they're going to be rolling out more, like, modes and stuff. Like, they're having an event with a rotating playlist. And if the reason that there's a lack of playlists is because they're holding them back for rotating them in and out, then we've got another problem, you know? The game needs more playlists and stuff. How would you feel about a siege game mode? One team defends a building while the other team has to capture certain points, kind of like Battlefield 1. Like an asymmetrical, like invasion-y type game mode? That could be cool. How would you design it? How would you design it in Halo? Oh, you know what? Okay, Siege game mode. Guys, I just had a new idea for a vehicle. It can pick up items and, like, load them and then deposit them. So essentially you could build your own fortifications.
Elimination. Ball incoming. A win is in reach, Spawn.
Agent Sakura says, "You cannot stop this agent." Woo! I'm not going to actually scream. Don't worry. I'm going to save your ears. Heisen... You know what? I'm just going to say Heisenberg, because I don't want the YouTube bots to come for me by cussing too much. But he says, less so codings being locked to cores, but rather cores justifying the inclusion of the duplicate items you need to unlock with each and every armor. Yep. Yeah. It's getting a bit convoluted. It's we have to explain it, you know, and no, it's like this. There are cores, and then you can get codings for the core, but that coding is specific to that core, and if you want to get that core, then you have to get a duplicate for another and it's like, okay, we've already got a problem. It's a little bit convoluted, you know? I hope I didn't miss anybody else, by the way. I think if they did user-created content like Warframe's Tenogen, then that would be really cool. User-designed content voted on by the community. I'd like that a lot. Oh boy. I would like that a lot. Like, stuff like that. And it would, you know, encourage the community to be engaged with the game. People would feel emotionally connected to the game because, like, they're directly contributing to some of the stuff that you see in the store. Ratchet says, does vibration work for you in Infinite with DualShock? Yes, it does. Granted, I'm using the DS Windows PC tool so that I can use a PS5 controller. So it's not like using like the haptic feedback and stuff like that. Which, haptic feedback is super cool, but like, I don't think I've played a game where it's designed well yet. I tried out Black Ops Cold War. I installed it for a hot minute and tried out the new controller with it, and it just felt worse, you know, playing with the haptic. So I'm like, all right, screw this. Like, I've heard that Returnal makes really clever use of it, but Call of Duty, not so much. Halo Millennium says, a mixture of Invasion and Halo 4's Dominion would be super cool. Yeah, you're speaking my language, Halo Millennium. Christopher Knudsen says, there was an invasion mode in Reach, Elites versus Spartans. It was cool as a game mode, but it wasn't that fleshed out. Herpel Nerp says, oh, just gave me $1 and retracted the message. Huh. Yeah, Invasion was super cool, but Invasion, I think, was honestly, like, the start of an interesting idea. I don't think Invasion is that well designed. And I think also what's kind of unfortunate is that it hasn't really seen, like, balance tweaks, like placing new weapons, changing some of the loadouts and stuff. I would like to see 343 create a permanent for the MCC Community Invasion playlist. Because, like, I think the way Bungie balanced Invasion wasn't good, but I don't think that means give up on Invasion permanently. I actually think it should return. There's something there that could be pursued. Stephen Parker says, I still don't understand why 343 removed the ability to swap out individual armor pieces in Halo 5. Yeah, it's confusing, right? I'd love to know the story, why that happened, because they had the ability to. I do wonder if it was because of the loot boxes. You know, they want kind of like almost like it was like the precursor to this like silhouette-driven monetization system where it's less about individual personalization and more about creating identifiable silhouettes from a distance. Gerald Bush says, do you think the competitive scene will be predominantly controller or keyboard and mouse players? Will aim assist play a huge role? Something that could be interesting is seeing both, you know? But I don't know if, like, you have, like, the resources to host 2 individual esports scenes. Lebendee just Spenced. I hope I said that. God, I butchered that. It says, yo, I just got an American healthcare ad in pure Mandarin. Whack. I live in Florida. That is interesting. What's the strangest ad you've ever gotten? I don't think mine can compare to that, but I got an ad in 2018 for Christmas in, I think it was September. It was either September or the month before, but I remember thinking, what? It was like, Christmas time is almost here, and it was like 87 or 90 degrees Fahrenheit outside. I was like, what? What? That's still the strangest ad I've ever gotten. Was a ridiculously out of season Christmas ad. The Holy Daubeny says, could you see an Arbiter focused game, maybe after 3 story-wise? I think I've pitched in the past to people. So take Jedi Fallen Order as a concept, like the climbing system, the lightsaber customization. Make it the Arbiter on St. Helios. You know, could you imagine like his Halo 5 armor, like the gold of it like glistening in the sun, and you're like customizing your energy sword, and it's your ranged enemies could have like plasma rifles and stuff. You know, your bosses could be various Covenant things. You could have like a Dark Souls-esque boss fight with like a Hunter Goliath or something like that. That would be cool, right? Like basically copy Jedi Fallen Order, but with Halo. Put a Halo in it, you know? Take Jedi Fallen Order and put a giant circle in it. Heisenberg says, fair enough. Need to update it. Oh, I need to update it to Heisen Drive anyways, exactly. Oh, you got... And... Exactly. Oh, you got the CQB helmet? Uh-oh, looks like you only got the Mark 7 compatible version. Looks like you gotta grind up some more grind up or pay up. Yeah. Yeah, there's... It's very strange. This is not the love letter to Reach's customization system that I think many of us were asking for. In fact, this is almost like a nightmare evolution of how restrictive Halo 5 was, in that it is upfront pretending that it's like the game that you liked, but under the hood it's a lot more sinister. And hopefully there are some changes soon. 343 is very receptive, by the way. What's kind of interesting is I can't speak about it too much. Partially because I don't know what I'm talking about, but also because, like, you know, NDA type stuff. From what I understand, Microsoft game publishing is a little bit different from something like Activision. So with Activision, they're almost like out in the wild. And they're kind of like fending for themselves, which is why Activision is so like slimy with their monetization systems. Halo and like Gears of War and stuff, that's a little bit different in that they are not under those same like financial stressors. So they have a bit more flexibility to not be like shitty. And part of me wonders if like some of this is honest to God accidental stuff and maybe not deliberately designed. Because at least I know from like some of my, you know, not to go into specifics, like, you know, giving feedback about like the progression system and why I was like, guys, this is like super not okay what you're doing. They seemed confused by like the idea of like, you know, it being designed to be manipulative. And they're like, you know, we're not like Activision, right? Like, we don't have to do stuff like that. And it seemed almost more of like a genuine, like, they're new to designing a system like this, you know? Alto Tiger says, they should keep the cores, but add a custom core where all customization across your cores can be matched in any way. Yeah, that would be cool. Herpel Nerp says, I wasn't paying attention to what amount I had to pay to send a super chat message, but what kind of community-made skins would be unacceptable to Halo Infinite, considering there's a Mjolnir cat ears? I don't need to say it for you to know what kind of skins wouldn't be okay in a Halo game. You know? I think Frank O'Connor said there's even an industry term called it's called TTD. Time to... And then what do you think the D stands for? And it's basically like when you give the community too much unmoderated freedom, what is the estimated TTD? You know, because it's coming. No pun intended. Oh! It's Steve. Steve says, how's the progression fixed? My controller's broken, so I can't play right now. By the way, Invasion would be perfect for bringing back elites. I remember you, Steve. Yeah, Invasion would actually be an awesome excuse to bring back the elites. Could you imagine, like, the introduction of an asymmetrical mode to Halo Infinite that has the elites on one side? You could even have, like, the elite spawning with, like, at a banished-looking base, the UNSC spawning at, like, a UNSC type thing. The progression fix is... There's definitely some problems, but this is a temporary fix, after all. Steve says, dude, I tend to get some strange ads here and there. Atomic number 9 says, GG, man, I was just in that oddball game with you. GG, were you the one who was teabagging? If that was you, that was a good game, man. That was a lot of fun. Trace Lund says, did they fix the XP system? They have not fixed it, but they've introduced a temporary fix. And as far as temporary fixes go, I am leveling up faster now. There's a lot less, like, nonsense that I need to grind, and there's a lot more passive ones that are like, just play the match, here, have some free XP. But it is definitely temporary. There's still work to do. Man, Jeff Steitzer sounds like he's having a lot of fun in this game. What's the fix? This is Nicholas Guma. I don't know if he's asking, because it's in quotation marks. The progression fix is essentially that, like, they've made the challenges a lot less annoying, and they're more generic. You know, so it's less like, on a Tuesday, while the sky is sunny, do a backflip while petting a dog, starting from a handstand position. Here's 50 XP. It's less like that, and it's more like just play a match. Somebody says Anakin would hate this map, and yeah, I agree. There's a little bit too much sand on this map for Anakin. You know what? He may be ambivalent to it, because he's dead. He's a Force ghost. Actually, the last thing he saw his, the granddaughter of the old guy who burnt his face off, deflecting Force lightning back into that old guy's face. I don't know, man. Rise of Skywalker was dumb. I don't want to think about that movie.
Never told you what happened to your parents. You're a Palpatine. I might hit you with my red lightsaber.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's go. Boost is not right click, which is interesting. I wonder if I can... I hope that I can rebind that. Oh boy, this guy has the ghost. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. He earned that. That was a good hijack. Steve says, nice ducking skewer kill. Did I kill someone with the skewer? Pierce says, random but fun question. What is your idea of a usable precursor weapon? Maybe something that is less lethal and more like a generation tool of some kind, where it's like you can like create things within the environment. I could almost see it being like less of like this thing for combat and more like this fun thing for like custom games and like screwing around, or even being in a support role, role. Like, could you imagine if you could, like, start in front of you assembling and connecting pieces and creating a hovering wall of just, like, energy that intercepts things? Because, like, the precursors aren't really like I'm going to pick up a gun, a handgun, a Glock, and shoot you with it. Like, that's not really the precursor style. So have something that kind of, like, embodies that almost, like, godlike status. Stephen Parker says, off topic, how would you feel about Google and Facebook, etc., tracking data on people and all that? I think most people are against it but feel powerless. That's basically where I am, man. It's like, I am against it, but it's like, it snuck up on us. Like, it snuck up on us, and now it's, like, too late. It's so integrated into every aspect of our life that it's like, if I wanted to do something about it, I'd have to prepare for, like, a while figuring out what I can and can't use, you know? I don't like it. I think it's incredibly creepy and, you know... Not to get political, but I do think that there should be a tax on data that companies collect. Because I think it's getting creepy. Like how companies can start to, like, predict that you're pregnant before you even know yourself. Like, come on. There's got to be a line drawn at some point. Shrimbo says... I have some people in my Discord saying the AR is too powerful. How do you feel about the AR in fights versus the BR or Commando? I definitely do think that that assault rifle is overtuned a little bit. Like, right here, I don't think I should be able to reliably pepper him as much as I was, you know? I feel like that range is a little bit too far. Like, I feel like I should be missing most of my shots. Because I also think, like, the assault rifle, you can't descope it either, so it's just this consistent ranged annoyance that you can't deflect, you can't get it to... It's like a gnat, you know? It's constantly stripping away at your shields bit by bit by bit, and you're just like, go away, like, stop! And you can't descope them. Like, descope keeps weapons like the sniper and the battle rifle in line, but when you give players range like this, with no consequence to that range... But, you know, that's just me. Like, most people seem fine with it. Ignis Lord of Flame says, what are your thoughts on the new badges? Ninja, Windshield, 360, etc. I like the new badges. Halo games are... There's always, like, a lot of fun new badges with each new Halo game, and they seem to have had quite a lot of fun with these ones. Oh, boy. Here, let's go this way. Oh, boy. No, 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 no. Think I can bait him? Yes! My shields are back! Oh, his buddy's coming to join. That was the most scuffed firefight I think I've ever been in my life. My hands are sweating right now. Oh, and I'm about to lose. Because I was reading chat. Oh no, okay, let's go back up. EMK says, I know you don't give feedback on other Halo games, but I'd love someone to give feedback as to why Halo Combat Evolved and 2 aren't back compat. Preservation is important. That's almost like a situation where I don't even think that's up to 343. I think that's a Microsoft thing. And I agree with you. It is incredibly odd that Halo 2 and Halo Combat Evolved on the original Xbox are not backwards compatible. Like, those are almost no-brainer games when it comes to the backwards compatibility program, right? There could be some arguments made about, like, well, but the MCC exists. Well, that didn't stop them from porting, you know, bringing Halo 3 360 version to the back compat program. That didn't stop them from bringing, like, you know, everything else. There's 2 versions of Halo Wars 1 that you can buy on the Xbox One. One is the 360, the other is the Definitive Edition. Like, that was never a problem. Activision brought every single Call of Duty game to the Xbox One, including the last-gen versions of their games that were already on the Xbox One, like Ghosts and Advanced Warfare. Steve says, have you ever seen those cut Forerunner weapons from Halo 4? They were so creative. Makes me sad that they that we just got Promethean alternatives for existing guns. Yeah, the Promethean weapons are a tragedy, unfortunately. And unfortunately, I think it's the way that they designed Halo 4, which put them into a tough spot with designing weapons. They wanted that Call of Duty-style create a class, and so they were courting the Call of Duty crowd. So when they present the Call of Duty crowd with, like, these very interesting kind of arcadey weapons, they're like, I don't know how to use it. What range does it deal damage at? Because they're thinking in terms of, like, that. They're not thinking more about, well, what is the function of this weapon? Does it have secondary fires? Can I stun things with it? Like, more arcadey sensibilities for weapon tuning. And I do think it's smart that Halo Infinite largely was just like, we can't fix these, just cut them. And made new weapons entirely. Because the new Forerunner weapons in this game, they are much more interesting. You know, I can't say any of the Forerunner weapons in these are, like, equivalents to other weapons that already exist in the sandbox. They're bizarre, weird, and strange, and I like that a lot. Damn it. Okay. Reninzo says, what confuses me a bit is how different the button layout is from the MCC. That's another courting thing that I suspect. That's another, like, courting situation where I assume the reason that the default control scheme is kind of like, you know, other shooters is just so that other first-person shooter fans can get into the game and they don't have to, like, learn a new control scheme. They can just immediately jump in and start playing and know what each button is going to do by instinct. Kevin K says, don't ordnance guns ruin strategically placed ones? Yeah, basically. You know, with Halo 4. So, the saw is one of my favorite punching bags. I know people like the saw, and I know why you like the saw, you know? Everyone likes a fun LMG that you can just squeeze the trigger with and get free kills. Like, it's satisfying. But the saw was specifically designed to be a kill streak reward, you know? It was designed to be this kind of like low effort thing that you just pick up and get a bunch of kills with, because the idea is it's a reward for getting kill streaks. You call it in via ordnance drops. And I don't think that's like how Halo Sandbox should be designed. It shouldn't be designed as in like free kill guns, you know, like pick it up and go nuts. I do think that like Halo can be a bit more creative than the saw. But if you're talking about the ordnance from Halo Infinite, like Big Team Battle drops, I agree there also, because I think like some of those drops that you get in Big Team Battle, like some of those I think would have a lot of value as on-map pickups that players always know will be there, and it kind of drives combat, you know? That being said, I haven't spent enough time with Big Team Battle to know if there are serious problems. I just know that I do have a lot of problems memorizing spawns in Big Team Battle. It feels a bit like, I guess, directionless, because it's just like everything in the kitchen sink is always spawning. There's not a lot of consistency, because it's all randomized. Damn. Okay. Heisenberg says, bet. Playable elites will return in Infinite via an Arbiter campaign DLC. I hope they're integrated similarly to Halo 2 and 3 than Reach. Unrestricted use in social and customs playlists, restricted in comp. Yeah, that would be super cool. I also think, for the sake of like cosmetics, you know, 343 is thinking about some of these things in terms of like, can we make like interesting cosmetics to sell to people? And almost like a blessing and a curse is that Halo has a really strong art style that's very like identifiable and kind of like, you know, unique in gaming, I guess. And the problem, though, with like a free-to-play game is that, well, in a game that wants to be so kind of like, you know, like, hey guys, the old art style's back, to have to make wacky cosmetics that break that art style, like you're in a tough spot. And I think it's why games like Destiny are able to kind of get away with stupid-looking cosmetics, because Destiny's art style naturally lends itself to weird stuff. Even though I do think, you know, Destiny 2 has lost the plot a little bit, and, like, the art style of the Destiny universe is starting to get very weird looking and messy. But, if that makes any sense. And I think our elites are a good vehicle into getting some of the more wacky stuff in there, since, like, well, aliens, you know? They can look like anything. Damn it. Scroll up, find some chats. Fenton Williamson says, should the shock weapons focus more on increasing charge time instead of kill good? Also, shock rifle and grenade should take longer to EMP. Yeah, I'd like to see, like, in fact, actually, you know what would be super cool? If you could set up, like, a Tesla tether of some kind, like a clothesline of electricity. Like, imagine a weapon kind of like this. So, I don't think the Disruptor is that special. I do appreciate that it has a secondary fire, you know? This isn't like a storm rifle situation where it's just a blue assault rifle. But could you imagine if, like, you pick it up and it's like, boom, you put a dot there and then I run over here? Boom, and I put a dot here, and now there's an electricity clothesline attached here, and you can, like, lay traps for things. If you worry about it being maybe broken in the multiplayer, my argument would be like, okay, don't put it in multiplayer, just leave it in the customs, you know? It could be fun in the campaign. Because I am a firm believer that not everything needs to be competitively viable. In fact, I think some of the more interesting guns in the game are the ones that aren't competitively viable. Because get those things into custom games, and holy moly, you could have a lot of weird and fun custom game modes. As well as just, like, a lot of fun, like, wacky variety for the campaign. Could you imagine how boring a Halo campaign would be if every weapon was just designed around it kills at this range, you know? Like, having some of those, like, weird wildcard weapons are, like, really healthy for just sandbox variety. Like, you got 2 weapon slots. It's okay. Keep one of those weapon slots reserved for a kill good gun, and that secondary slot, reserve it for something that doesn't kill good, but does something very bizarre and unusual. I think, unfortunately, Call of Duty has, like, trained a lot of people to think, but, like, the gun in my hand right now, like, you almost don't even think about what's in your pocket, because it doesn't matter. See, like, that's something where I can say, like, the Disruptor, I think it could be a little bit more interesting, but I don't have a lot of complaints, because that's at least something that the Disruptor does, where I'm like, you know what? That's cool. That's part of why I just kept it in my pocket there, because I assumed I was going to run into either a Warthog or a Chopper, and I was able to get my Chopper back. Ah! And I'm about to lose my Chopper. Okay. Once I get a moment to breathe, I'm going to check some of the other chats, because I see it scrolling. Don't worry, guys. Nice. Here, you know what? Let me turn down audio volumes for voices. That way you guys don't have to hear, like, voices screaming. Oh my god, I'm about to... Yeah, there we go. Okay. I think I'm done with that Chopper for now. Oh boy, let's scroll up. We missed some stuff. Roosty says, the XP system is deliberately predatory. It especially targets people with spending problems. Everything reinforces that you can have the cool thing you want if you just spend a bit more. Yeah, it's not cool. I'm not a fan of the progression system so far. There is an aspect of it where it feels like, you know, it does feel grindy. It doesn't feel rewarding or fun to rank up. It feels more like a tedious chore. Weird Wizard says, there are still broken challenges. Just got 3 kills with the Ghost Plasma Cannons. I didn't get credit for any of them. Only needed one. That's weird. Yeah. If any are not tracking, I'd actually recommend reaching out to the community team and telling them. Because they are staying on top of them, and they're basically like finding all the ones that are not tracking and just like looping those out. Because they can do that server side, I think. So if there's any that are not tracking, then say that to them. Vibrant says, what did they change about the challenges? They just made them a little bit more generic. Agent Sakura says, currently playing Tetris while hearing your voice. Tetris is a pretty good game. No complaints here. Tetris is great. Slata Bardfast says, have you found that fighting against other players using controllers feels a bit overly oppressive? I've heard controller aim assist is quite strong. Yeah, the controller aim assist is definitely strong. And it's a problem with just Halo in general, because Halo was designed first and foremost for the controller. At least, you know, the version of Halo that we all know and love now. So it's kind of like the long time to kill. Like, there's a reason that games like Quake and stuff, which were more PC-driven, they had, like, you know, these, like, very fast time to kills. Well, relatively fast, I guess. And it's because they were designed around the ability to just kind of, like, whip your aim around with a mouse. You're just pointing and clicking. Halo, though, there's a little bit more drag. It's a little bit more sluggish because you're aiming with a joystick. So the time to kill is a bit longer to give you some, you know, wiggle room to figure things out. And that long time to kill, I think, on mouse and keyboard, you can definitely feel that, like, the controller players, they have a bit of an advantage. Steve says Infinite is looking like it'll be the Breath of the Wild of Halo. That's my hope, Steve, because Breath of the Wild's really good. Fenton Williamson says, meant to say shield charge time. Oh, shield charge time. Okay, let me scroll up and see if I can find yours. Focus more on increasing shield charge time instead of killing good. Like, increasing it or decreasing shield charge time? Justin, I think he said, yeah, Justin Dvorak says, I'm late to this talking point, but as someone who has enjoyed being a wheelman since Halo 3, I love the Razorback. It's super satisfying Ubering my team. Yeah, Justin, it's a cool vehicle, right? Well, guys, we're almost at 10. You know what? We'll go into ranked arena. Heisenberg says, keep in mind 343 have committed to balancing weapons separately between campaign and multiplayer, so that pylon launcher idea could be smoothly implemented in MP. That just brings up another problem to me, which is, like, I feel like you shouldn't be teaching players the wrong lessons by having weapons dramatically perform differently. And MCC, for example, has the ODST SMG and pistol balanced differently for Halo 3 multiplayer than it does the ODST campaign, and I actually don't like that. I think some weapons, balancing be damned, throw it into the multiplayer, you know? And if it's overpowered, don't put it on the maps. If it's underpowered, don't put it on the maps. Leave it as is for the custom community, because I guarantee you they're going to find something creative with it. The Griffball community literally couldn't do anything with any of those wreck gravity hammers during Halo 5's lifespan, because they were balanced for competitive play. They were balanced to be very good at killing. If those weapons, if those gravity hammer variants were not balanced around, you know, being these highly competitive tools of engagement, I bet that Halo 5's Griffball community would have had a lot of fun with them. Hunt the Truth says, have you tried changing the enemy UI color to yellow so the shields are classic yellow like the older Halo games? I have. I did that for a little while, but just, like, after a while, I guess, like, orange and yellow, I started to get very tired of, like, that color set, you know? So I'm dealing with the blue shields. I don't like that my shields are blue, but, I mean, that's such a non-issue, I guess, in the large scheme of things. Something I'd like to be able to do is almost, like, set the, have the friendly outlines be separated from enemy color scheme. So I could have my team is blue team, but I want them to all have yellow outlines, if that makes sense. That way I could have my cake and eat it too. Trustin says, more Forge convo, please. Also, water boxes. Yeah. Trusin. Yeah, you're speaking my language, man. I love the Forge mode. I was obsessed with Halo Reach's Forge, even more so with Halo 5's Forge and Infinite's Forge. I am extremely looking forward to. T-Boned says, I think I figured out the sensitivity issues, I think, for controller. I turned down the max input threshold on the Look thumbstick to 0. Huh. You should try that. Everyone should try that and see how it feels. I know I tuned mine just a smidge, just a sprinkling. CB says, have you felt the issues with aiming on controller? Something truly feels off, and no settings changes fixes it. Needs major overhaul ASAP. CB, it's not just you, buddy. Definitely aiming is not feeling great. I have, like, Halo 5-y slowdown, like, feelings with the way aiming works in this game. It's not as smooth as Halos 1 through Halo 4, you know? We actually talked yesterday on the stream that, about, like, how engines evolve. And, something about the tech between Halo 4 and 5 in the Halo engine, something about the way that they changed how aiming works under the hood got funky. And ever since that engine upgrade to Halo 5's version of the Halo engine, something hasn't felt right. And I can even feel it in Halo Infinite, you know? Halo 4 felt considerably more responsive and easier to aim with than this game, and Halo 5. And it'll be interesting, because this game will be under extra scrutiny since so many people are playing it, versus Halo 5, where it wasn't until, like, a while after the game came out when people discovered the heavy aim bug that, like, for all these years, you know, people were like, maybe they designed it deliberately. Like, they designed it to take more skill. That's why aiming in Halo 5 feels so weird compared to other games. And people actually uncovered, no, there was a glitch that impacted your aim assist and dynamically adjusted your sensitivity. I don't even think people figured out ever what truly was the cause, if it was server-related, if it was stress-related under the hood, like, but there were bugs. 343 tried to fix it, and the bugs still existed. And so for competitive Halo 5 players, their recommendation is actually play on the Xbox Series X, because that has the least amount of aiming bugs for Halo 5. So keep being vocal about the aiming, you know? Fenton Williamson says, when getting hit by a shock weapon, shields take longer to recharge. Okay, something like that. I do think there is a fine line between making something that is maybe like, okay, what do you mean by take longer to recharge? I'm curious then to actually hear your thoughts. Could you elaborate? Like, pitch me a shock weapon and what you think it will give to the sandbox in terms of, like, value. Because I'm willing to hear you out. Aurelie08 says, what do you think the cadence of new content needs to be in order to keep player engagement and retention? Well, it's good that immediately next week there is going to be a new game mode, but I think in terms of new maps, there has to be a new map at least every month. And maybe a new mode or 2 new modes. Because I think, unfortunately, like, those other live service things, they are working their developers to death. But the players like the constant content treadmill. And I think it's playing with fire to be so comfortable with having, like, you know, periods of downtime where it's just like there's no update as the developers work on new content. I almost feel like, I think we pitched earlier, but Treyarch, good God, no. That would be a nightmare scenario to have Treyarch make a Halo game. 343 should consider, kind of like those Call of Duty studios, maybe seeking out a Halo Infinite support studio. Like, maybe Microsoft can get something going with certain Infinity so that maps and modes can be coming at a consistent pace. Because something about 343 is that they're up against Apex Legends and Call of Duty Warzone, which have a main developer as well as tons of support developers working on them. So, like, 343 is just one studio. Like, by default, they're kind of working an uphill battle right now, and I think they need to consider, you know, seeking out a support studio to help with the content treadmill. Oh boy, let's go this way. I think I saw somebody go up here. That's why I've gotten really quiet. Sorry, I'm like listening. Oh boy. I'm just shooting that thing everywhere to get that guy to move. Yeah, see, here he comes. That is fun about the heat wave, is sometimes I find it's actually just useful as like a move from your spot weapon, where it's like just start letting those things bounce all over the place in the corner that the people are hiding in. Don't worry about getting kills. They're gonna move because they're gonna see those little hard light shells bouncing all over the place, and they'll be like, okay, I'm moving. I like the heat wave a lot. It's a strange name and not what I would call a Forerunner weapon, but mechanically it's awesome. Thoughts on, Heisenberg says, thoughts on the double downing on damage types. I love it since it evokes how SPV3 treated them, though its hard light guns had incendiary properties. I like the doubling down on the damage types. I do hope, though, that the damage types aren't, like this isn't it, basically. Like, could you imagine how cool it would be if, like, future editions added new damage types? Like, I think I've pitched before to all of you, like, my Half-Life gravity gun idea of a Forerunner device that is basically like a gravity gun. You can pick up physics objects in the environment. Could you imagine a gravity damage type that's not really that lethal, but all designed around that, like messing with the physics of the world around you? Let's get a flame damage type in here, you know, fire effects and stuff like that. Here, I'm reading the chat. Dragon Slayer 048 says, what weapon really makes you sad that it didn't come back in Infinite? Mine would be the Spartan Laser. I'll miss seeing that red laser cross the map. Yeah, I feel you. Spartan Laser was cool. And I what's kind of sad about the Spartan Laser is, like, the last time we saw it was Halo 5, and I think the sound design for it was abysmal. Like, you know, they did My Poor Baby so dirty in Halo 5, and I think with their, like, renewed, I guess, focus on, like, player feedback, they could have made a really cool Spartan Laser in this game, at least from a feeling standpoint. But I understand mechanically why it's not back, because it was kind of harmful as a weapon for, like, good map flow. But a weapon I'm very sad is not back is the tactical shotgun, like shell loading. Steve says, controller isn't broken, batteries were just empty. Okay, let's look at our... one more ranked match. Okay. Oh, yoy. I'm so ready to be out of ranked. The only ranked I care about is duos, like doubles. Steve says, before I leave now that I can play again, are you afraid Infinite will get overcrowded with new content in a few years that will take away from the sandbox? It's entirely possible, but what's nice is Halo is not a Call of Duty style game. Like, Destiny very much struggles with that. Destiny, I think it's a core kind of like unfortunate weakness of the game's design. It's definitely one that the developers are handling as well as they can, but it's a battle they can never fix. You know, they'll always be battling with it because of the design, which is you can have anything you want on any map at any time. So as you add more guns, it becomes harder and harder and harder and harder to balance. But Halo isn't like that. In fact, in like 5 years, some of these weapons we're probably never going to see again in matchmaking. They're going to live on via custom games as tools for the community. And I think that's the beauty of Halo. That not every map needs every weapon, and every map won't have every weapon. So the developers can add, frankly, whatever they want. They have complete control. They can make things as broken as they want. If you throw all the weapons into one map, then it's probably going to be a broken mess. But thankfully, not every weapon will be on every map. You know? They're in control of the balancing. And that's why I think Halo will never struggle with a balancing problem like that. Because the developers are in control. And that's what I mean when I say Halo Infinite has legs. Something like Halo 5's Warzone mode, I don't think that had legs, because it was not in the developers' control. It was more Call of Duty-like. The players could have whatever they wanted on any map they wanted. And after a while, the developers did just kind of give up trying to balance that mode, and they just let it become like, you know, this grindy mess where people are just farming each other. Dizzy Pro says, how do you feel about some armor not being viewable in the game, yet despite being seen previously? Example, given Gungnir helmet being in IGN's street footage video. I assume that's probably because they're withholding it as part of, like, the rotating store, which I find to be, you know, a little bit gross. Some of it could partially be due to, like, last-minute bugs discovered, meaning that it's been withheld temporarily, but I think it's because of the rotating store, personally. Which, I get it. It's a free-to-play game. Doesn't make it not suck, though. You know? Heisenberg says, to be fair, a fire damage type would be kind of redundant, given how shock weapons already deal damage over time. Gravity? Hell yeah. Give me SPV3's gravity grenades. That's definitely true. Yeah, that's definitely true. Renenzo says, so I know bullets kill good, plasma rips shields off, and the electricity weapons can shut down vehicles, but what exactly do the Forerunners do exactly? Much love from the Netherlands. So the way that the Forerunner weapons work is that they have, like, no collision. I mean, outside of, like, walls, you know? So if you shoot it at a vehicle, it won't, like, impact the vehicle, if that makes sense. It'll slice right through the vehicle, travel through it, and hit whoever's even on the other side of it. And it will then refract and bounce around the environment until kind of like dissipating. That seems to be what the hard light weapons do. Fenton Williamson says, so when you shoot someone with a shock rifle or disruptor, it doesn't do a large deal of damage, but it takes longer for your shields to start recharging, or maybe slow down recharge time. Okay, I see. Like it puts almost like a penalty on them when you shoot them, like a debuff of some kind. That's what you're pitching. Okay, I understand. Truly Nobura, Noburu? I hope I said that right. Says, what does Forge entail? Are you excited or anxious? What can they do to up the ante? I'd appreciate your time on any general thoughts on Forge. So I have many thoughts on Forge. I see a lot of people saying there has to be forgeable AI. I agree. After Halo 5's feedback, there needs to be. But even if there isn't forgeable AI, if what we get basically is Halo 5's Forge, mechanics and all, but maybe with a slightly better user interface, I think Halo Infinite is in for, like, a wild amount of success. Because, like, the Halo 5 Forge tool is... I can't stress how awesome Halo 5's Forge mode was as a longtime forger. The only problems with it were basically bugs and glitches that 343 never fixed. They'd kind of like break things as new updates were added, which is the nature of live service games, and they never fix them, which kind of sucks. But, you know, if they're committed to Halo Infinite long term, then, like, dude, if the barest we get is Halo 5's Forge tool, but streamlined, I'm gonna be so happy. But I don't think we're just gonna get Halo 5's Forge. I think we're gonna get a lot more stuff. Yeah, God, Halo. I have some cool Halo 5 Forge maps that I still have on my file share, I think. I make it a tradition whenever a new Halo game comes out to remake as best I can the first Nazi zombies map from Call of Duty World at War, Nach deren Toten. And Halo 5 was probably my proudest achievement, because I could, like, mess with the time of day, I could mess with, like, the lighting and the fog and everything, and I was so proud with how that came out. I was able to get, like, I had one monitor was Halo 5 on the Xbox. The other monitor was Call of Duty World at War on PC with God mode enabled so that the zombies couldn't kill me. And I used console commands to bump up the FOV to 78 so that the scale of the world looked similar to Halo 5's scale. And I spent, like, 2 months forging and getting it to be as accurate as possible, and I was incredibly happy with how it came out. Luke Frost says, for tactical pump shotgun, it would be really cool if it had nullfire where you could load a different shell type that could be incendiary or EMP, etc. That's an interesting idea, actually. Like loading different shell types into the shotgun. That's not a bad idea, actually. The concern would be that the shotgun in general is such a powerful weapon. It's like a if you're up close, go away gun, you know? It's just the gun that deletes people in close range, which is balanced out by the very, like, you know, kind of like complicated reload mechanic that it has. But as far as, like, for campaign purposes, that could be interesting. Like, you could, like, load in buckshot to, like, instantly take down a brute's armor at any range. Andrew Buchta says, what would you think of a UNSC counter? Non-equivalent to the Scarab. Something like a mini Mac cannon. I think that the UNSC already have their sort of, like, large monster tank type thing in the Elephant. You know, or I guess the Mammoth, like because the Scarab for me, what's more fun about the Scarab than just the design of it is, and it's kind of what makes the Kraken so painful, because God, the Kraken was so close. The problem with the Kraken is it wasn't an entity; it was a scripted building. But the idea of a mobile platform, and the platform is even cooler when players can take control of it and, like, move it around. I like that. Ever since I was a kid and I watched The Empire Strikes Back, and there were those little moments during that movie where you could see the pilots inside the giant AT-AT walkers, and it was just like, they're inside of a giant thing with legs, and they're moving it. And it's like, could you imagine just, like, how chill it would be? Like, pretend you're not, like, actively killing people. Just have that thing walking somewhere, and just the constant, like, shuddering of its footsteps, you know, shaking the cabin. Like, dude, I'd want to take a nap in one of those things while they're walking. There's just something cool about walkers, to me. Just giant mobile platforms. And when Halo 3 came out, something I like to do in the campaign is I'd hop into the thing, into the Scarab when it was downed. I'd kill all the brute commanders that were piloting it, and then I'd let it get back up on its feet, and I'd just hang out in there while it stomped around. I just like walkers, man. Even in Halo 3, though, MCC, not just walkers, my love has kind of broadened to just, like, the concept of mobile platforms. Whenever I play Sand Trap, even though I know I'm not going to get any kills, I always make sure to hop into the elephant. Always. And I make sure that I'm, like, giving my passengers a good time. You know, like, I honk the horn and stuff. I try to give them as fun a time as possible, moving it around the environment. Making sure I'm always driving it near battles so that they don't get bored. Sometimes I try to see if I can, like, drop sniper rifles inside the elephant for them. I just like platforms in games, man. Mobile platforms, I should say. Mark O'Thought says, default controls don't feel very Halo, so I put melee back on RB and equipment on the right stick. Melee with right stick just feels wrong in Halo. Yeah, the default control scheme I'm not the biggest fan of, but I do appreciate that there are, you know, rebinds, and hopefully someday we're able to find one that just, you know, feels good for us veterans, I guess. Heisenberg says, contrast to armor cores, I love how weapon and vehicle cores could reintroduce stuff from prior games, like the M60, plasma rifles, Spectre, Falcon, etc. My concern with that would be breaking silhouettes. That would be my one concern. So if you could take, like, the pulse carbine and just make it look like a plasma rifle, well, it just looks like a different gun now. That would be a concern that I would have. Same with, like, the M6D, where, like, I do think if they start adding, like, some of those older guns, granted the assault rifle is such a very specific situation, but could you imagine, like, an armor or a weapon core that is the Halo 5 battle rifle and looks like one, complete with that red dot sight? Like, that's got quite a different profile to it. That would just be my one concern, you know? Let's go back into Big T battle now. I think there would be more to gain from introducing those weapons mechanically to the sandbox. Like, not just aesthetically, but bringing them back as well as mechanically. Ronenzo says, one last money message. Some people said that they didn't like your voice a few days ago, including you, but I find your voice very comfortable and soothing. You sound like a natural storyteller. Thank you, I appreciate that. Me saying that was more so like a joke at my own expense. But yeah, I appreciate that, man. That makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. I appreciate that. That was really nice of you. A lonely paperclip says, thoughts on armor kits? Pretty bummed I cannot customize my Spartan with Meal's Kukri shoulder... Kukri? I hope I pronounced that right. Kukri shoulder piece without running the full meal kit. We have said before on the stream, but we are with you, a lonely paperclip. Not the biggest fan of that. Agent Sakura says, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not in a very good place mentally right now, so seeing your streams the last few days is a great help for me to get by. Oh, Agent Sakura. I hope that you're able to find some peace. Take some time off, if you can. Give yourself a little bit of escapism. Something that does me some wonders is have a nostalgia trip, where it's kind of like, if it's an old book that you used to read, or it's an old game or an old movie or something, or even just like an activity, like something I used to do as a kid. This is going to sound insane saying it out loud. I used to rake the woods. I used to rake paths in the woods outside of my house, because my house, when I was growing up, there was a forest out there, and, you know, it was always full of leaves. And I've been feeling like I want to get out there and, just for the hell of it, rake a path. Is it going to serve any purpose? No, but it's nostalgic, you know? Uh-oh. Here, I gotta drive. Okay. I gotta drive. I can't read the chat. I'm the driver. Get yourself that Forerunner weapon. We're gonna lodge this right here. Okay, there we go. We're safe in here. Now we just gotta worry about this. Oh boy. Good defense. Yeah, just keep that Warthog lodged there. I hope no one takes it and drives off with it. crap, I gotta get the Warthog back in there. Or the Razorback, I should say. There we go. Okay. It's not much, but it at least makes coming in through that way very inconvenient for them. Okay, let's find some of these chats. Classy KM says, I'll be buying the OST. Through the trees and the main menu theme gave me chills. I sat for 30 minutes on the menu. How do you feel about the ODST? It is really good. The soundtrack for the game. It's extremely good. I'm very happy. Like, if this is essentially how Halo's music is going to sound going forward, I'm on board with it, you know? Halo is a series that, what I also really like is that they're not afraid of bringing back old themes, like, fully. Because Halo 4 and 5 more or less, like, flirted with old motifs and themes, but, like, Halo has always been very iterative, music-wise. It never really just flat-out threw away old songs. It always cycled them back in, and sometimes composed entirely new songs out of those old rhythms. And so, hearing Halo Infinite soundtrack and, you know, like, the leaked one, and it's like, oh my god, they brought that song back. What? It's like, it's just, it's nice, man. You know, that's how Halo's music sounds. I hope this is the future of Halo musically, because Halo Infinite soundtrack, it's the first soundtrack since Marty Salvatore and C. Paul Johnson left Halo that sounds kind of like, wow, this sounds really Halo-y, you know? At least in my opinion. Only speaking for myself. Let's get this grappling hook and then find a spot to read some more. You guys are asking very good questions, by the way. These are interesting. Heisenberg says, that's what I meant about the weapon course. Having the M6D as a legendary weapon course, separate from the sidekick. Epic Falcon, Epic T25 Plasma Pistol. Okay, I got you. Okay, I got you. Schwain Johnson says, on the topic of maps, would you like to see any classic maps revamped for Infinite or solely new ones? By the way, love your content. So thank you so much, by the way, for the compliment. Thank you. Like, that took me by surprise for a second. That was really nice of you. I actually would like to see some classic maps. I know 343 seems to be in this, like, boat of no remakes. We want only new maps. I hope they reevaluate that, because I'd like to see some remakes. Call of Duty gets a lot of flack for, like, remaking maps over and over and over again. But in my opinion, at least, Halo has a strength that Call of Duty doesn't have, where the flow and almost like the identity of its maps can feel completely different purely based on what is available for the player to use in the sandbox. You could take a map kind of like Guardian from Halo 3, and it's like, if you just started putting rocket launchers around the place and explosives, Guardian would be one of the most stressful maps ever. Or if you just gave everybody energy swords, or if you started putting, like, cloaking everywhere and stuff, like, movement could speed up. Like, depending on what the sandbox is, there's a lot of room for changing up the gameplay loop. So, bringing back those old maps, I don't think they have to worry too much. Now, granted, I'm not, like, an expert on designing maps and balancing them, but if they are concerned that, like, bringing back certain maps would present challenges, like, the game's got sprint and stuff like that, so you do need to, as well as, like, different movement values, so you do need to slightly adjust some of the map sizes and stuff, but I'd like to see high ground back, you know? And if the concern is, well, the grappling hook might break it, okay, just don't put the grappling hook on that map. Like, they are in complete control of how they balance it. Ethereal says, good day, Late Night Gaming. How's your night going? It's going pretty well. How is your night going? Why can't we see our legs? Oh, we can see our legs. You want to see how? It's a very strange, but so if we take our FOV and we set it to 78, which is default, boom. Look what I'm looking at. Those are some legs those are right there. Kind of strange, right? So here, let's scale up. But then once you scale up your FOV, the legs disappear. And the reason why, I think, is to reduce funkiness. Because I could imagine if you boosted up the FOV to like 120 and then look down. Look, there's a backpack right behind me right now. And I can see it right behind me. And I could imagine that you would have the problem of being able to see your ass by looking down, you know? Like, basically, it would become very obvious that you are a pair of legs with a detached floating camera hovering above them. And not like a full body with a head. In Halo 5, if you use the Exuberant tool on PC, you can expand Halo 5's FOV to 120, and if you look down at your feet, you can see that your legs are just, like, detached from the camera. It just looks like you've got like a pair of legs running after the camera below you. It's very silly looking. Zach Pat Production says, "Hey, Late Night, you mentioned you thought Pulse Carbine was a good weapon for campaign, but you didn't care for it in MP. What other guns do you think would work in campaign and customs, but not really in ranked?" I'd assume that like shock carbine. The shock carbine does work kind of well in multiplayer, but it's a bit more situational. Trying to think of some of the other weapons. There's definitely, like, the Pulse Carbine, I think that was honestly designed more for the Banished to shoot at you. Because what I'm thinking is, okay, the game's got wide open maps, and based on the IGN footage that we saw, the AI, at least in, like, the more open environments, they have a lot of range. Like, a lot of range. And so I think that Pulse Carbine was designed more so that enemies have a predictable firing pattern. When you see those blue globs of plasma flying at you, you know that they're always going to come in a burst. It's not going to be a fully automatic stream of plasma coming at you, you know? I assume that's why, and why it travels so slowly, is, well, it's not for you, it's for the enemy to shoot at you, so you can dodge it easily, you know? Question, what controller layout do I need to make driving possible in Infinite? Oh, okay, so something you could do, this is something actually that Rebecca had tried. She tried a little driving in Halo Infinite on the Xbox Series X. We were testing out split screen, and we turned on movement assisted steering, and that seemed to work for her. Wasted All My Suck says, okay, yeah, that name, I'll permit it. Says, can you pause the game? I need to use the bathroom. There you go, buddy. We got it paused. That's okay. Here, I'm gonna screw around with my pistol view model for a sec. How do you feel about the gravity hammer? Do you think it will be good in Griffball, like a return to Halo? Asks Axel Animations. Unfortunately, I think Halo Infinite currently has one of the flattest iterations of the gravity hammer. They've improved the physics, actually. It does feel a little bit better than it did during the flight, but there's still, like, you can't impulse yourself, so you can't knock yourself around the environment. It's still a bit finicky. And I think the slow wind-up time, well, fine for Slayer. I don't really think the gravity hammer should have been balanced for Slayer. I think it should have been balanced for Griffball, because that's their bread and butter, you know, their game mode. I think it's going to be rough. I honestly think the Sandbox team should consider bringing back older versions of the Gravity Hammer and have them be almost one-to-one recreations. And kind of like our conversation before, not every weapon needs to be it in competitive matchmaking. The Halo 3 Gravity Hammer, can you get multi-kills with it? No. And that's okay. Because it works really well as a tool for Griffball. What do you think of the Mangler? Personally, it's my favorite new weapon. Also, is it just me or does the energy sword look unfinished? Yeah, something funky is going on with the sword, right? It almost looks like some edges of it are like black. I almost wish it could be a bit more white in color. Because I think the dark blue doesn't look great in the sunlight. Just because that's not how light works, you know? Like, when you go outside during the day and you have a flashlight that glows like dark blue or something, it's not going to... That dark color is not going to be so brightly dark that you can see a glow coming off of it. You know, no, the sunlight is brighter than that dark blue. You know, in fact, you're not going to see any of the blue at all. Like, that's... So the energy sword looks very kind of like unnatural, which you could argue is kind of like its alien qualities, but I think it unintentionally looks unnatural, if that makes sense. Like, I think it looks unnatural in a way they were not actually intending. And I think a solution could be make it a bit more white than blue. Like, have some of the blue, because they are trying to give it that, like, combat evolved plasma or energy sword look. But I do think with, like, the more realistic lighting of Halo Infinite, it's a stylistic choice that looks very strange. I hope I was able to articulate myself well. Heisenberg says, expanding on your point on remaking maps, you could definitely play around with unique aesthetics as well. Imagine midship, but on a banished vessel. Yes, that would be cool. Could you even imagine something like a Battlefield's Portal mode? Where, so I wonder like how similar the engine, Halo 5's engine is to Halo Infinite's. I'd imagine it's very, very different. But like porting some like fan favorite Halo 5 levels into Infinite, you know, if we ever need like more content ASAP, and then it's like, whatever, if the pacing is off, just make creative use of the sandbox to get the pacing into a place where it does work. But then, like, some of those other old maps, I wonder if you could, like... I wonder how hard it would be to, like, you know, the development process, like, how long it would take to make a remake of a map, you know? Starting from the point of, like... Okay, you've got your team together, you think you have a general layout of the map, you guys all agree, which takes probably like a week, probably even more, honestly, and then it's like you have to pitch it to management, and then they greenlight it and be like, okay, yeah, you guys can do it, here's your budget, and then it's like you gotta get like your artists involved in everything, and you gotta block it out, you gotta go through play testing, and then you gotta, like, so on and so on and so on, and then months and months and months later, you finally have a map. I wonder how long it actually takes to develop a map. Vadertron says, I've been really depressed lately and your content helped from becoming even more depressed. Do you have anything to help me become happier? I think depression is a thing that like, unfortunately, it's not like an easy fix, you know? Where it's like, just be happier. It's like, gee, thanks, guy. You know, I didn't consider that. That doesn't really work. What I would suggest for you, though, is look around yourself and try to figure out things that might be depressing you. So we had talked the other day about like social media detoxing. And this is actually something with Rebecca that, you know, Rebecca, every now and then she sees it with me, where I'll like uninstall certain apps from my phone to restrict access. It's like when you have constant access to fun, happy fun, you know, like at the tip of my fingertips. That didn't come out right. I always have endless entertainment. Well, eventually that, like, the enjoyment I get from that entertainment is going to start to go down. And so sometimes it actually helps, like, deliberately inducing boredom by, like, restricting your access to certain things that you find fun. And then it's like, so give yourself a day dedicated to boredom, like no social media or anything. And then see how you feel the next day. You're going to notice you're going to be having a lot more fun, you know, pacing yourself. But when it comes to, like, you know, unfortunately things that we have less control about, like living situations, your living environment. Something you could consider doing, unfortunately, is like, you know, if it's not something you really have a lot of control over, try to find things in your life that you do have control over, like hobbies and stuff like that, and adopt them and get good at them and do them for yourself, not for anyone's approval. Something an artist suggested to me, actually, Jeremy Cook, the art director for Halo Wars 2, he was giving me advice on drawing, and he said, consider getting yourself a private sketchbook. Don't post your drawings on social media, because then your brain starts to associate the positivity of drawing with, approval from social media, and it becomes less fun if you don't get approval. Get yourself a private thing that you're not going to share with anybody, and it's just a thing for you, and it's something that you do for yourself to have fun. And I have that private sketchbook, and he's right. I really like that thing. I enjoy drawing in it. You know, so find that private thing for yourself. And also, be okay with bad days. That would be my final piece of advice. If you're having a bad day, an awful day, where it's one of those days where you're like, God, like, I need the sun to set because then I know it'll be a few more hours till I can just go to sleep. Instead of trying to force those bad days to be good days, concede, admit defeat, and be okay with knowing that you'll have a fresh start tomorrow. Like, basically, don't fight it because you're just putting stress on yourself now to turn it around. Be okay with that. Take it slow and just, try to relax for the rest of the day. Don't worry about trying to turn it around. There's always tomorrow. I'm not a therapist, by the way. If you do think you need a therapist, seek one out. Can you explain the AI scan to me? I don't understand its use. So the AI scan is essentially a tool for new Halo players who maybe don't want to familiarize themselves with the maps and they just want like easy access. You press down on the D-pad, boom, and now look at that. Do you see that? Through the wall, you now know where weapon spawns are and like items of interest. There's a vehicle up there. It's a tool for new Halo players. For me, I've been playing Halo for so long that I'm like instinctively memorizing where things are spawning. But for somebody who's new to Halo, where they don't have that kind of like, memory training for Halo combat, like that's a tool to allow them to keep up with other people. So that's what it is. You press down on the D-pad and it highlights sandbox items of interest. I think originally 343 wanted to make a more cartoony Halo game, and I think some remnants of that are left over in the Energy Sword and Explosions. I don't think so. I saw a video a while ago. The guy was very articulate in his video, and, he explained his points well, but there was a lot that I just thought was like, no, that's not what's going on here. But he kept explaining his point as if, no, this is what they're doing. And basically he was suggesting, nope, they were deliberately making Halo cartoony, deliberately making it Fortnite. That was 100% what they were doing. Where a lot of the problems with that Craig demo, it wasn't a cartoony art style. It was genuine graphical and technical issues, And you can see that it was a mixture of artistic, graphical, and technical problems with the way that the game looked. It was not because they were trying to make Halo look like Fortnite. And you can see with the final game, a lot of the feedback benefited them. They've made upgrades to the Halo, the slip space engine, which is kind of like Halo 5/Infinite, to better handle material shading. A lot of the issues that you saw in that Craig demo, they're present in Halo 5. Objects look like plastic or Play-Doh when they're in shadow in Halo 5. It was a problem people talked about back then, and a lot of those problems carried into that Craig demo. Kill Spartans by flattening them with the repulsor. By flattening them? With the... Oh, the repulsor. I was thinking of the little pistol. Okay. Let's do bot boot camp. I think that energy sword is honestly another example of, like, something weird's going on there. Someone had even pointed out on Twitter, somebody who had specialized in actual, like, special effects design. He was saying that he was noticing, like, artifacting on it. Like, something about it was messed up under the hood. There were bugs with the way that it was rendered, and he was surprised to see it still in the final game. How do you feel about the energy sword animations? The old top down to up animations felt so satisfying. I'm not loving the animations now where it slashes from the top left to the bottom. This is Moneyball. I actually don't mind that one too much. I think it's okay. But I do agree with you. There's something a bit on the stiff side. Moat says, I think the battle rifle looks slightly cartoony compared to the Halo 3 design, but it looks fine. So, Moat, something actually kind of interesting that we could talk about, you saying that, is what's really tough, I guess, about designing those old things is that for some of them, there is detail in those designs, like the Halo 3 battle rifle and stuff, where they couldn't literally model that stuff, so texture had to imply the detail that they couldn't actually model. So there's like little like notches and grooves within it that are just like a flat texture because they didn't actually have the budget to like properly model those things because of hardware constraints. And now you actually do see those notches and modules and stuff like that, and it's a bit interesting because it's more of a literal interpretation of the battle rifle versus those older ones. It's a lost art, I guess, when it comes to graphics. And this, by the way, it's okay if you think I sound crazy saying this. I agree with you. But what's a lot of fun about like old games that have like crappy polygonal graphics is there is a layer of imagination applied to how you interpret them. And that's why HD remakes, in my opinion, of games always turn out bad. Because they're not implementing what your imagination added to the game. Like when you see a fuzzy effect, like I think of GTA 3 Remastered. Think of the rain in the original game. It was definitely like low resolution and stuff, but there was enough there to where your brain could like fill in the gaps and you could see the way that it like pitter-pattered off of people's hats and swept and blowed in the wind and stuff like that, versus the remaster, where the remaster, it just looks bad. You know, it looks like bad and rushed and sloppy. But I even think if they were to implement a more interesting rain effect, I don't think it would look nearly as good as the original because of what your imagination lent to it. So I think old designs kind of like the battle rifle. I do agree with you. Something about this battle rifle doesn't look right to me. And I think I was able to identify part of it. And part of it, I think, is look at the scope. The scope is very top heavy, or it's very tall because it's sitting on top of a rail versus the original scope, which didn't sit on top of a rail. But there's some other things. And some of that, I wonder, is my imagination beefing up the presentation a bit. You know, filling in the blanks where the technical restraints couldn't. I hope that made sense. Kevin Milligan says, I had testicular cancer in February and wasn't able to do stuff for a month. I ended up borrowing my brother's Xbox and played Halo for hours, beating each campaign. This series is just amazing. Kevin, I hope that had, you know, past tense. I hope that's something positive, and if it is, congratulations, my man. And also, dude, that's awesome to hear that you basically got an excuse to play Halo. What's your favorite campaign in the series? I am wondering. I'm curious, in fact. Let me scroll down a little bit. I have a feeling I'm missing some. Orca Master says, how would you like co-op players to be handled? Clones of Chief like the originals, Blue Team, multiplayer Spartans? I think it depends on the narrative context. I think for the sake of the narrative, it seems to be designed around this like 3-man team versus the Banished. You've got the pilot, you got the weapon, and then you got the Chief. And if that's the idea, is that you have these 3 characters, I don't see a lot of value adding Blue Team to the game. I would like to see Master Chief clones, but something I think would be even cooler than Master Chief clones is if you could just bring in your own Spartan from the multiplayer mode into the campaign, you know? Does it make sense? No, it's co-op. Like, let people bring in their custom multiplayer Spartans into the campaign. So if you want it to be like a pink Spartan, you know, with like robot arms and stuff, you could totally do that. Fight alongside player 1 who's being the Master Chief. That would be cool. Man, these bots are not very aggressive. Any creative ideas for armor effects? Also, funny question I saw the other day. Do you view Halo Reach as a classic game in the series? Any creative ideas for armor effects? Something that would actually be funny is grunt themed. Like, think of like Combat Evolved when you just spray at a grunt with the assault rifle and like the blue bioluminescent blood sprays all over the wall. Imagine a death effect kind of like that just splatters bioluminescent paint all over the place. That's kind of inspired by the grunts. And do I view Halo Reach as a classic game? I do not. I think Reach is a classic, as in a video game that is a classic. You know, it's one people fondly remember. But as a classic Halo game, I don't think so. It's too different structurally. Because I think Reach is as close to a hero shooter as the series will ever be comfortable with getting, if that makes any sense. Like, the armor abilities were any further, and you would have almost a full-on hero shooter. Somebody's asking, do you play with viewers? Because I would love to play with you. That's actually... You guys want to do some customs? You guys want to do some customs? We could set up some customs. After this match, why don't we do some customs? I wonder if I can set the lobby to open. What is the XP fix that was implemented? Asks Iconic Dev. They essentially genericified some of the progress, like the challenges. Like, they're a lot more generic and easy to obtain now. Hey there, I'd like to ask as a game preservationist what you think of Reach being changed from the 360 release on the MCC in regards to gender selection. I find it too... And then it's cut off, so we'll hear the rest of his. Unless they fix it, I don't think you can do open lobbies. They're not doing it again? Halo 5 and MCC were the same way. Privacy is for customs. It's only private or friends only. That's stupid. Okay. I guess not. Hey, buddy. I'll hop in here with you. I think I know your question, actually, about game preservation. So... I'd say, like, in regards to them changing the way, I guess, like, customization systems work, for how you can, they've, like, divorced, essentially, the body type from the voice type in Halo Reach. I think, honestly, the discussion about games preservation, in regards to that, it should have honestly started with the main menu. You know, before even talking about, you know, gender, which I don't think that was ever a problem, in my opinion. The issue should have started in, well, it's a different main menu to begin with. This isn't the Halo Reach main menu. As a game preservationist, that would be more important to me. Preserving the art, the music, the presentation, the UI elements of the Reach main menu. Then I'd even go into, you know, the per-object motion blur and the camera blur on the sides of the screen, that was removed for the MCC, because I think that affects the way Halo Reach looks. I am happy that they got rid of the blurry temporal anti-aliasing that ghosted the image and made it look smeary and blurry, which everyone confused for motion blur. That wasn't the motion blur. But, yeah, the gender options, that I'm also super into, like, making sure the games are preserved well, you know, which is why I was so up in arms about Halo Combat Evolved on the MCC. My concerns would start more with the graphical look of Halo Reach, as well as the menu and everything. In fact, Halo Reach currently has this obnoxious issue that I don't think they just ever fixed. Probably because the community, unfortunately, didn't make enough of a stink about it. But, I don't say that cynically, by the way. When the community makes stinks and things get fixed, I'm a happy man. But the higher your resolution, the worse some graphical effects look in Reach, to the point that ambient occlusion is almost invisible when you're running the game at 4K. Like, the lower your resolution when you're playing Halo Reach, the better some of those effects will look. It's very strange. Oh boy. And something that's kind of annoying about ODST is that the music doesn't, like, bleed into the next level like it did on the 360. You just hard cut to that awful-looking MCC UI. I think your point about the main menu and the other preservation things needs to be done, but I also believe that everything needs to be intact just like the 360 version. Yeah, I could agree there. I think MCC has, like, it's crossed the line via the inclusion of so it's very weird, because, like, a lot of aspects of the MCC are so different. Like, not just aesthetically, like certain graphical effects missing, gameplay-wise, it's quite different. Armor abilities drain faster on Reach. Armor abilities drain much faster on Reach. And, oh, Rebecca, I see the text. That's actually, we're gonna circle back around to that after this match. That's a good idea. Yeah, but certain gameplay aspects are different. So under the hood, the way Bungie had coded certain things, like in Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo Reach and stuff, is that they designed it around 30 frames per second. Like, basically calculate certain things around that 30 frames per second limit. So there's certain things like, I'll give you an example. So the Combat Evolved Assault Rifle, it was designed around 30 frames per second, and the spread would kind of expand as you fire it, calculating in terms of, like, you know, 30 times every second. Like, that was kind of like the way that the math was done. That's a gross oversimplification that even I don't fully understand, but on the MCC, they bumped it up to 60. So on MCC, weapons are slightly more inaccurate than they were on the original Xbox, making combat subtly but just a bit off. And then, if you play it on PC at above 60, your weapons are even more inaccurate. That's an example of, like, how things are so different. So for the sake of game preservation, like, oh man, if we want to talk about games preservation, like, come on, let's roll up our sleeves, because there is a lot that needs to be changed about the way MCC is. But MCC is almost more of, like, this, like, time capsule of some of the Halo games with, like, some bells and whistles attached. Like, they aren't preserving the original games. They're too different already. I mean, starting at the main menu. So stuff like that doesn't bother me, because it's like, man, like, the differences start when you boot up the game, you know? I do hope that there are aspects, though, of the MCC, like I had mentioned, where modders can get to work on fixing that, you know, to make the games visually as well as combat-wise reflect the older titles a little bit better. Because I do think that matters, you know? You could say stuff like, so what, the gun's slightly more inaccurate? What I would argue is, like, developers aren't dumb. If they made a design decision like that, it's because they tested it and wanted it to be that way. You know, and it's slight balancing differences. I mean, you see in, like, you know, patch lists online, how it's like, tweaked X assault rifle now does 0.12% more damage. Like, or recoil. 12% more damage is quite high for a rifle in a game, but you get my idea. Like, small math tweaks are enough to completely change the balancing of a game. So small things like that, I think, matter to how a game plays. Fuck. I was trying to get my Gun Goose medals. How would you reintroduce the flamethrower? I'd give it the SPV3 Area Denial Napalm feature, but with a realistic non-anemic range and projectile velocity. Something that could be cool, actually. So flamethrowers in the real world, they're not close-range weapons. In fact, that's horribly stupid. Like, my guy, that's fire. They're almost more like mid-range weapons. The idea is, like, you wanna shoot this thing as far away from you as possible, because it's very dangerous up close. You know, if any of that, like, napalm spills on you, dude, like, it's gonna eat right through your arm. So almost like taking, I would actually revisit the idea of it being a third-person turret type weapon, but I'd do it kind of like that, where you can set up almost like these patches of fire that kind of linger and maybe even dynamically spread around an environment of just like, this entire area is off limits now, because you don't know where the fire is gonna spread and what it's gonna do. And that could be fun for some chaos in the campaign. Could also be fun for some custom games, you know? You could have a custom game mode where there's a guy, and then you got a bunch of people who are cloaked, and the guy essentially has to weed them out, you know, using his flamethrower, torching the house that they're hiding in. Like, that would be a fun custom game to make in Forge mode, right? Stephen Parker says, I don't get 343's hard-on for horizontal scrolling. I think that's unfortunately just like a modern design trend. Do you mean side to side or up and down? Because some people do confuse like vertical and horizontal, so I'd be curious to hear what you interpret as horizontal. Imminent Fate says, I've noticed that people are highly misunderstanding the armor core system. Every Halo Reach armor is on one core for the reason that all the chest piece attachments, for example, are the whole. Okay, I think, are you basically saying that, like, are you saying kind of like that it's not as restrictive if you view it to be kind of like, it's not as restrictive if you view it to be kind of like, well, this is your Halo Reach armor. Unlock all the cosmetics for the Reach armor. Look, there's a lot you can customize here for the Reach armor. Is that essentially what you're saying? Like, kind of like as, you know, a defense about the perceived lack? In which case, I could see that, if that's what you're saying. I think that's, you know, a solid defense of it. Scroll down a little bit more. Oh, chest plates from Halo Reach, where it was just added to the core chest plate. It's also lore accurate now, which is super cool. And okay, Imminent Fates is coming in with a lot. Will you check out the Dark Souls mod Inferno Plus made? He put Halo guns and maps in it, and it's awesome. Good Halo adjacent content to dig into before November 8th. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, I did see. So Inferno Plus, the guy who made Cursed Halo, the mod with Thanos in it, Master Chief and Thanos, he took the game Dark Souls and added Halo guns to it, and Halo maps, and for the sake of paying the bills as well as honest to God curiosity, I am probably gonna have to check that out. Imminent Fate says, I actually love this system as it also allows for multiple armor loadouts ready to swap on the go between generations. Also, they do need some kind of hybrid system between the armor coatings. Okay, yeah, so essentially Imminent Fates is saying, like, think of it less like, oh god, the armor is so restrictive, and think about it more like, look at all of these eras of Spartans and all the specific cosmetics that they come with, which match the armors. You know, so if you were to get, like, in the future, maybe an ODST-themed Spartan Core, all the cosmetics you unlock for it in a Battle Pass would be designed and curated to look awesome on an ODST. I think that's the gist of it. Hopefully that was the gist of it. And now let me actually check. Yeah, so essentially, Rebecca and a mod of mine, Inkwell, they are coming up with a snazzy solution for the custom games problem, and we might actually go with it. Let's go. Get us out of here, driver. Let's go, boys. Oh boy. Oh, we're getting out of here. This warthog's gonna blow. Shit. Damn it. Okay. The oncoming storm says, I hope Halo Infinite gets mod support. That'd be cool. It would be cool. I would like mod support quite a bit. Especially the crazy shenanigans people could make with, like, mod tools for this game. Oh boy. Whew. Okay. I was really focusing. Who can I get in contact with working on the PC port? The team needs to get rid of TAA. It makes the game blurry and ugly, and TAA is plaguing all games now, it seems. Trust me, I gave them my feedback too. There needs to be a way to just flat out remove it. I don't care if, like, the game looks like a greebly pixely mess. Like, I'll install Reshade and see if I can fiddle around to get it looking nice, you know? There needs to be, like, more options, like SMAA or FXAA for, like, you know, cleaning up the image a little bit, because, yeah, I don't like the way TAA looks in games. Especially, like, whatever Ubisoft does for their TAA. Like, Far Cry 5, and I guess Far Cry 6, because it's basically the exact same engine and game. Like, Ubisoft's implementation of TAA always looks so just bizarre and blurry. We're denying them their vehicle. Oh boy. Now they're denying me that perch. Damn it. Okay. Rebecca says more of the cool voice. What's the cool voice? I saw someone else say that was a new voice. What voice? What are we talking about? Love Orion's armor shoulder angel. Reminds me of the Doomslayer's equipment cannon. Might incorporate it into the future iteration of the UAC Cultist Master Chief fan art I commissioned a while back. Is that a new cosmetic item? I'll have to take a look. Oh boy. The British accept you did? Accept. Accent, you mean? Oh, my silly, flamboyant, theatrical voice. The let's go, boys. That one. Imminent Fate says, oh, also, why worry about maps and game modes? There's an achievement for playing Elimination, and did everyone forget about the leak for 23 plus maps at launch? So I'm positive there will be more playlists. I'd say Imminent Fates, that leak wasn't verified. That leak wasn't, like, proven. As well as 343 themselves have said that the beta is more or less content complete. These are the maps and modes we will be playing at launch. More will be added, but that's up to like their live service team. And next week they're going to start with a rotating temporary playlist, which has me a bit worried. And also I'd say like the point of a beta is for feedback. So if people are complaining about the lack of maps and modes, it's important for that feedback to be heard. You know? All right, so Inkwell. Inkwell, let's try doing this. How do we do this? Do I friend Inkwell? I think I've ranked up my battle pass quite a bit. Maybe I have some new cosmetics. Some new cosmetics. Some new items I've acquired. Oh, I got the bubble helmet. Nah, I don't want to be a walking target. Heisenberg says Orion is the Macworld armor. Added to... Ah, Orion. Got it. Yeah, the Orion armor's pretty cool. I think what's... I don't think it's as cool as Master Chief's proper armor. I think what's more cool about it is that it's like the mythology surrounding it, that it's just like this, you know, lost Halo armor that never really saw the light of day. I think that's almost what's more exciting about Orion to me than the actual design, which I think looks quite silly. It's just, it's like, that's cool. The Orion armor's cool, you know? Hop in the stage channel, boss. All right, you got it. I'm opening up the Discord. I don't know why I struggled saying Discord there. Okay, I am opening up the Late Night Gaming Discord.
We are assembling the gamers. Taras, you can now that you're in here, you can request to talk. In the bottom half, request to talk, and I can invite you into the main stage, and then we can get all the gamers in. And then once everyone's in, then we can start bringing everyone in onto the main stage at once.
Request to talk. Huh?
See if this works. Oh, so many gamers in here. Okay. Let's see.
What is this? Here, I'm
Or Taras, if you can, and Melon as well. Here, let me also send you an invite.
This is the first time I've ever done something like this.
Opening this up so I can invite.
We're figuring
Turn
out
the
how to
hand
get
so they
this
know what you're
working.
talking about. Oh yeah, true. Here, I'm gonna... Oh, there you are. Hello. Welcome.
Hello?
Oh my gosh, it's Rebecca,
hello.
guys.
You're in.
Right.
Hi.
Now we gotta get your better half in here. We gotta get the...
Can you hear
big
me?
man upstairs.
Big man.
I'm here.
Man.
I'm the big man. Can you hear
See
me?
requests at the moment. There's gonna be a lot of people in here in a minute, so once we get everything... Oh, there you are.
It's me. I'm the big man.
Except
Can you
on
hear me?
the-
Oh,
The right side.
there we go.
Speak.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Speakeroni.
Hello. Okay. So now that we got this, this is the new like stage system.
Okay.
That way, instead of everyone talking over each other.
I just
Yeah,
wanted to
listen.
say hello, but I can't stay because I'm outside.
That's okay. The sound of your voice is enough. I love you. Don't leave.
I love you. Bye.
Bye. Come back. She's gone.
Okay.
I miss
So-
her already. Okay, what are we doing?
Okay. So do you know how to invite people through Discord?
Absolutely no idea.
Okay. So do you have 2 monitors or do you have 1 monitor?
I have 2 monitors.
Okay. So what I would do is I'd pull up Halo Infinite on your main monitor and then Discord on your side monitor.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, and then open up no mic chat, and then the plus symbol, there'll be a green little dot underneath it, and then it says you can invite people into your fire team on Halo Infinite.
Open up no mic
You'll be able
chat.
to- Yeah.
Invite
and the
people?
plus. Yeah, that's how we can get people in for the customs.
The blue? Oh, wait, no. Okay, no.
JS is saying that
Oh, I
should
see
try
it.
hosting.
Yeah, why don't you just try hosting?
Okay, yeah. I'll when
This
you
is.
open a game,
I am
and we'll invite everyone.
I am currently trying to entertain. I don't have the brain power right now to be able to problem solve on the fly.
I'm only funny when there's like 5 people in voice call. Now there's like 20 something.
That's
in here.
okay.
Game master's only,
Heisenberg.
like 6 or 10 people.
Here, I'm gonna answer some of these.
Go for it.
Okay. Let me figure out how to mute myself. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Heisenberg says,
Now that the big man upstairs is handling that, we can
uh-oh.
get everything set in here.
I can still hear him. Okay, there we go. I got him muted. Heisenberg says, since you're in the Discord, I'm going to take a quick shower and see if I can join in Infinite myself. See you guys soon. There we go. We shall pray for Sir Big Man. What's the progression fix? Let me try that again. What's the progression fix? Asks XXGDUBXX7. It's essentially it's a temporary band-aid fix where they kind of genericized a lot of the challenges. They're a lot easier to get. It's like boring stuff like win a match, kill people with your melee attack. You know, just stuff that you get by playing the game. It's a temporary fix, but it's a start. Planet Nozers says, ended up capturing 3 flags for a challenge, only needed 1, and then the next one was win 1 capture the flag match, and I haven't since gotten one. Kill me. Yeah, those are the ones that are still like the problem challenges I've found. Ice Craman 34 says, does the fix feel good? I will say, it's acceptable as a temporary fix, but there are still things that need to be solved. But if you hopped on Halo Infinite right now, you're probably going to notice you're going to rank up a lot faster than you used to. Inkwell, for the sake of, if you're watching the stream, buddy, for the sake of, like, being able to process, I guess, what's going on, because, like, I've got a lot of things opened up right now. Just for my own organization, could you DM me exactly what we need to do in order to get this customs going? God, come on, 343. Just let us have open lobbies. All right, guys. Rebecca is... Listen to Rebecca. Join the Discord if you want to get in on this. You know what? Why don't we run around the academy while we wait for this to be set up, okay? No. Let's run around academy while we wait for this to be set up. Can you say squeegee one more time? I can. Squeegee. There you go. Look at that. Rebecca was able to nail that bot within like seconds of it joining the chat. She's getting like faster, man. All right, Inkwell. You just DM me everything we need to do, okay? Because I am staying muted. Should challenges be based on if you play Big Team Battle more? I think, honestly, that, like, challenges need to be kind of, like, performance-based. And I do think that they should scale depending on, like, the players. I don't know how, like, the math... Obviously, this is, like, without putting much thought into it, you know? But preferably, that's how I would have it done. You know? Where are the bots? Oh, there they are. What would your ideal progression system be? Can only subs join the custom games? Like subscribers? Oh no, anyone could join. Just check out the Discord. There's no rules. There is a rule. The rule is there are no rules. Oh, there's also another rule. So there's two rules. The first rule is that there are no rules. The second rule is hop into the Discord server. I guess maybe we should come up with more rules. Because, like, what if, like, obviously, like, we're going to get swarmed, you know? Because Halo, I think it can only host 24 players per custom game, right? It's like, maybe there should be more rules. Okay, so first rule, there are no rules. Second rule, join the Discord. Third rule, if you can't join, don't worry. There's a lot of people, and we are still trying to figure out everything, so it will probably be a slow and tedious process anyways. Hopefully, though, you're enjoying the stream. Oh, fourth rule. Okay, so first rule, there are no rules. Second rule, join the Discord. Third rules, enjoy yourself even if you can't get in. And fourth rule, be nice. So there we go. 4 rules. $28. There are 28 players per custom lobby. Huh. Big man, you're needed. Okay. Let me join Inkwell. I've got a thing on my Discord. I am the big man, and they were trying to contact me. Let me see if I can figure it out. Okay. I'm gonna unmute quickly so that I can hear him.
The principal's off the map. I'm expelled immediately.
Hi, Inkwell. All right, what's going on?
Okay, so are you currently in a game? I'm looking at stream. I don't know how far behind I am.
Let me leave.
Do you have a cinder-
Let me leave game.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for yelling at him to get in here.
Yeah, everyone,
Not really.
the chat, they're being lively.
He's confused. Okay, don't worry. Melon is texting me that you're confused. Don't worry, this is only temporary.
Oh, I'm very confused.
This is only temporary, I promise.
Okay.
Big shot YouTuber.
You
big shot YouTuber.
you promise?
Okay. Yeah,
It's only temporary?
I'm an expert.
Can we get ice cream after?
Maybe. 5 more has added me as a friend. Thank you. I'm so happy that you guys want to be my friend.
All right, how are we doing this? How do I join your thing?
Okay, so on Discord, you should see that I DM'd you an invite.
Oh,
You
I
should be
see.
able to
It worked.
join in. Yes.
All right.
I'm surprised that Discord has already rolled out integration for this.
Now,
But okay, so now that we have all the gamers in here.
all the gamers.
It's late night. All right, so it's gonna be open season on this fucking drop. You guys are gonna first come first serve. 28 people. And then once 28 people get in, we can try rolling out maybe bottom of the leaderboard, or just maybe when people get tired and people leave, they can leave and then rejoin. Or we can start a new lobby to try and get more people in here. Which sounds better for you? Hey, boss.
Yeah.
Which sounds better for you? Do you want to get like a bottom half people rotate out so more people can get in, or do you just want to like play a couple games and then we close that game and open a new one and then new people can join?
We can do it on a game per game basis, I think.
Okay.
Because that way we can
So,
get more people doing it.
Sending an invite. Go. Join.
Okay.
Quickly.
Can you make me
Here they come.
can you make me the leader?
Yes.
I want to be the leader.
Oh, good. I think my fire team is not loading. There's only 4. Good gracious.
Oh my god.
Oh, Zooey Mama, baby. Zooey Mama. This, I think it has crashed my friends list.
I think we've killed him.
I may have killed it. I don't think Halo Infinite was gonna expect the fact that there was gonna be 28 people. Okay, here you go. And then remote. There you go.
Thank you, thank you.
Should be the leader.
If you
now.
don't mind, I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, for sure. Entertain the masses.
Entertain the masses. That's
I'll entertain the people in here.
yeah,
So not as well. I'll attempt
yep.
it.
Sounds good, man. All right, thank you.
Alright.
All right, friends. Here we go. Did you see that the changes might technically be worse than before, apparently? It feels better to me, though, even if it is worse. Yeah, I saw some people talking about that. It doesn't feel worse to me. It feels really good. But I'd be curious to hear everyone else's thoughts. Here, let's do something wacky. What's something fun that we could do? Here. No! Let's set it to like 110. Pads placements. What are like some things that we could set to like infinite? Just for like fun wackiness. I'd like to hear your thoughts. For starts, how about we give everyone commando starts? And then secondary is the assault rifle. How's that? That'll be fun. SmartLink motion tracker? Oh, they're still insisting on calling it SmartLink? Movement. Reload while sprinting. Damage interrupts sprint. Okay, alright, here. You know what, let's just try this out, okay? How can I make equipment usage infinite? Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Time Lords L4D Emporium says, now that you can progress faster, what's the problem? Sounds like everyone is still wanting to be able to get any armor at the start instead of having to earn them through the battle pass. I think it's they're definitely, you don't want to give everybody at once, you know? I think, in fact, like, people's issues, you know, where you have a lot of people, like, complaining and criticizing, I think that's more symptomatic of maybe a different kind of problem, which is that the actual progression isn't that fun. It doesn't feel rewarding. It's not paced well. Like the string of rewards. Like, I was actually looking at the battle pass, and you don't actually get a lot of armors until quite a while in, you know, like stuff to cause. I almost feel like the first couple of things should have been like, instead of like visors and emblems and XP boosters and stuff, it should have been like shoulder pads, knee pads, gloves, helmets. That way you at least have 2 of everything within the first couple levels. That way you can start mix and matching and swapping, and that gives you like enough to fiddle around with, and then you can start, you know, issuing like the codings and stuff like that, and then cycle back around to giving some more. Like, I think the pacing of the battle pass is what's off and doesn't feel very good. If that made sense. Infinite ammo allows for infinite equipment. That's good to know. Late Night Gaming, what do you think is better for Halo? Controller or keyboard and mouse? I think there's a... For sniping, at least, I think mouse is a lot more fun than a controller. But for like some of the, like the assault rifle and stuff, I actually think controller is a lot better. Yeah, so everybody, Rebecca is, she's on point. If you want to join, check out the Discord. The link will be in the description below. I just want to be able to customize how I want. I don't want, like, the color red to be tied to a specific armor core. Scoot Magoot, I agree with you, buddy. I'm not a fan of the coding system. It's just, it's not it, Chief, you know? I agree with you. I love the Mangler. Feels like a higher skill floor iteration of the M6D, which I've affectionately nicknamed the kitchen gun. The M6D. What's the M6D? Is that the Magnum from Combat Evolved? Yeah, the Mangler does remind me quite a bit of the Combat Evolved Magnum. You also forgot to mention that the problems with the Battle Pass is that there's absolutely nothing for free players, aside from challenge rerolls, which don't matter since you don't... because that's all you get. Yeah, that's another problem. Trust me, it's not a matter of me, like, conveniently forgetting to mention things. It's more a matter of there's so many inherent problems that I sometimes forget which ones to list. Like, a lot needs to be changed. And I do think free-to-play players, well, definitely if you're trying out the game for free, like, you know, I do think free-to-play players should at least, for, like, the base armor core, for Halo Infinite, they should have, like, maybe 2 or 3 of each kind of customization. So, like, they should have maybe, like, 2 chest pieces to fiddle around with, 2 or 3 helmets, like, just enough to where they can get some satisfaction, as opposed to just nothing, you know? Because games like Warframe still, you know, even if you're playing for free, games like Warframe, there is still, like, stuff to earn in that game. Is it stuff that's worth it? Well, you know, that's a discussion for another day, but... Late Night Gaming, how do you feel about the intro sequences before each match? I feel like it's redundant, and I wish we could go back to the old days of just loading in right away. It definitely does take some time, and the reason it's there is marketing. You're there, standing on a pedestal, showing off the expensive skins you bought, or maybe earned in the Battle Pass, you know? It's... Same with, like, the end of match screens. You're there so that you can essentially be a model for what is in the rotating store this week. It's why Call of Duty introduced it. Yeah, it's just... It's unfortunately, like, a design thing that was born out of It was a design thing that was born out of, you know, just monetization in modern games. And yeah, I do agree that it's a bit of a pace breaker. What I do appreciate, though, is the intro sequence. It is a cool nod to Halo Combat Evolved. The way the camera, like, whoosh, flies into your helmet. Hey, we can... This is cool, watch. Boom. Boom! See, you can throw people around with the hammer. They have fixed some stuff. A M60 is the Halo CE Magnum. 3-shot kill on a headshot. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, the Mangler does remind me quite a bit of the Magnum. Whoa, that was it? Okay, I gotta up the score. Battlefield 2042 does it as well, says Redbone. Yeah, I saw that. The Battlefield 2042 ones are especially, like, you know, it's a hit right in the gut for me. Since it's like that Battlefield is like a franchise that tries to kind of at least emulate the look of Warfare, even if it's not the most authentic representation of it. Alright, guys. That was a lot of fun, even though I am so sorry about how, you know, I guess, like, fast that went by. So, please don't be offended if you're watching the stream. I'm gonna start booting you guys. What is this? Change team. Oh. If that's okay, alright? I'm not booting you because I hate you. I'm doing it so that we can clear up some room, okay? Ah, no! I accidentally promoted somebody. Antonio! Oh, well, I guess it's up to Antonio now. He's taking us wherever he wants. What are your thoughts on the body types? Right now, it seems like the difference is so minor that from afar, they just all look the same. Yeah, it's up to Antonio now. I accidentally gave him complete mod permissions. My opinion on... Yeah, this is scuffed. You know what, guys? I think, unfortunately, we're going to call it quits for now. This is starting to become a little bit more trouble than it's worth, unfortunately. I think I'm going to close out the stream with one... Oh, my God. How do I get out of here? What is going on? Holy crap, this is so hard to navigate. Here. I'm going to close this out with a big team battle match. I love it immediately. Immediately, I instantly gave somebody permission. And I assume Antonio was probably making a sandwich or something. He's going to come back and be like, what? Yeah, it's up to Antonio now, you know? Yeah, custom games, that was... Yikes. That was a rough first impression, I'll be honest. I wonder if hunter guns will be usable support weapons. Hunter guns. That would be interesting, right? Like if they came back, because I think they were added in Halo 5, right? What happened with customs? We tried and immediately gave up because I ran into problems. Yeah, I'm starting to run on empty. The gas tank is starting to run on empty, so after this I'm going to get in the shower and get something to eat and also get some water. And also get to work on a video, which I hope you guys enjoy. I'm rather excited about this one. There's no music playing. That's very strange. Yeah, sorry. I think I'm calling it quits on the Discord for now, on the custom games, unfortunately. Oh boy. Do I think there will be a fuel rod? Possibly. Oh, there's problems happening on the Discord? Okay, it's all solved. I see Compact Kitty in there letting us know. All right, everything is good. How are you guys doing? Late Night, have you ever planned on doing a Red Dead Redemption 2 video? I've heard some of your offhand comments about the story, and I think seeing a video from you would be really interesting. Yeah, I've got a lot of opinions about Red Dead 2. It's probably one of my favorite games of all time, narratively speaking. You know, the actual like game design, like everyone has their own opinions about it, and I certainly have my own opinions. I actually rather like Red Dead 2, like as a game structurally, mechanically and stuff. And there's a lot of reasons why. Red Dead 2, I think, is a really good game. I really like it a lot. I was not sold on Arthur Morgan. I was like, no, Red Dead, that John Marston, that's his game. By the end of Red Dead 2, Arthur Morgan is definitely, I think, I like him better than John Marston, and in fact, Arthur Morgan may be one of my, if not my favorite video game protagonist of all time. I really like that game's story. Danger Fox says, hey, Late Night, do you need any help editing or getting B-roll? I would love to help you and tighten your load a little bit. I would say if you have experience with editing, then, you know, maybe send me some of your work. I do not really need an editor right now, but I will need one, probably. Kevin Milligan says, have a good night, man. I'll catch you next stream. Good night, Milligan. Kevin Milligan. That's a pretty good name, actually. That sounds like a Red Dead character, right? What do you think about the new Hydra? It feels so weak to me, and I really hate using it. LOL. What do you think could improve the Hydra? I had actually thought about that. I would like a little bit more mechanical separation between the firing modes. So, like, the tracking mode, you know, I would probably keep as is, because I think tracking is a very powerful, like, you know, if you don't handle it well, like, it could kind of get out of control. But, I just think, like, the Hydra, I don't know. It was a weird gun for me that they brought that back, because of all the weapons of Halo 5, like, I don't know, the Hydra seems like a weird one. I think, like, the Void's Tear is something that I'd want to bring back. But, I'd probably want the locking to stay as is, but the actual unlocked firing mode to be more of, like, an impulse thing, where it just, like, knocks boxes and players around. Almost like a brute shot mode, you know? Anthony says, how is stepbrother Gorlami? And no, I'm not letting you live that joke down. Oh boy. You still remember that, do ya? Yes. That was a lot of fun. Ah! I need hydration. I need fluids. And then I need to get right to work on tomorrow's video. Oh boy. Ah! I just died. Late Night, how did you change where your weapon sits on the screen? Is it a text document? Asks Shagged. No. Actually, okay, so guys, if you're curious about how I did this, pause your game, you go to your settings, go to UI, that's user interface. Down here, do you see this? Weapon offsets. So look at this. Look how silly my rifle looks. Doesn't that look silly? You can customize the offset of your weapons. It's pretty cool. I wish more games had options like this. Look at this. If you wanted to like clean up some overhead, you could do this. And look at that. I've got a lot of freed up real estate on my screen. I do think it looks a tad silly with the gun all the way down like that. You know, I like to see a bit of my gun. So we will raise that up just a smidge. How's this for now? Are you using mouse and controller, or are you using mouse and keyboard or controller? A little bit of both. How's your hype for the campaign on 1 to 10? I wouldn't necessarily say hype, because I think like a lot of my interest in the campaign, I'd say interest. Halo Infinite's going to be quite different mechanically from traditional Halo campaigns, so it's like a curiosity to see like how it is, you know? It's going to be quite different. And I would say narratively, I would say hyped. It's been a very long time since Halo has had like a soft reboot, like a, you know, return to zero, so to speak. So the last one was Halo 4 back in 2012. So this is like an exciting time to be a Halo fan, since you're probably gonna have like a lot of new fans asking about what's going on and jumping on board, and that's what I'm really excited about. I'm excited that we're like really kind of moving on from the evil dictator, Cortana, Space Owl, Osiris, Blue Team stuff. And the story seems more fun to me. I also think, like, holy moly, this is gonna be like the first Halo game, mainline Halo game, where we're not shooting blue vehicles, you know, and like the Covenant and stuff. We've got an entirely new antagonist with new motivations and reasons for being, and I'm curious to see why. The Banished are on the ring, what they're up to, and what happened to cause them to be so, like, you know what? No, screw humanity. Like, you guys all suck. Because the Banished have never been like that, I guess, militant, you could say. So I'm curious to see what ticked them off that bad. I don't know, just like Halo Infinite's story looks really cool, you know? What's your stance on the Bulldog? Do you think they should bring back the classic boomstick? Absolutely. The Bulldog, I think, is at worst inoffensive. You know? It's at worst inoffensive. But unfortunately, I think that it came at the cost of a more mechanically impactful weapon in the sandbox, which is the shell-loading shotgun. That was a fast game. So are you not excited to play it? I don't get why you can't be hyped and curious. It's... Halo 5 burned me, you know? I'm hyped about the narrative. Mechanically, I'm more curious. I've tempered my expectations because I know this isn't going to be a classic-style Halo campaign. I would say I'm excited about it, because I think it's going to be solid. I'm just, like, really interested to see how they're going to translate a lot of Halo's, like, combat rhythms and gameplay loops into the open world, you know? Since that was so slow, I'm going to go back on what I just said, and I'm going to do one more match, and then I'm going to get off. Actually, it's going to be a match of quick play. Something slower paced. What is a collaboration you want between two unconnected pieces of media? For me, it's Halo and Doctor Who. I can imagine a cool TARDIS-inspired armor coating, or Dalek armor. Yeah, that would be cool, right? Yeah, you could have, like, a Spartan with the little Dalek headlights and the little, like, bulbs on the legs. That could be cool. trying to think of pieces of media. I can't really think of anything off the top of my head right now, unfortunately. Like, I like Halo a lot, you know? So, for me, like, I play Halo so that I can see Halo stuff. And I know it's coming, but I'm bracing for the day that it's going to be like, the Terminator is in Halo or something like that, you know, where it's like, okay. I guess, like, I get why, like, those collaborations are a lot of fun, but, like, I play those video games specifically for those universes, and it's just kind of like when, like, somebody else butts in. Like, kind of how Gears of War 5, when I started playing that game, for the first month of it, I saw more Terminators and Sarah Connors and Halo Spartans than I did, like, Cogs and Locusts. Or Swarm, I guess. You know? It's like, I wanted to play Gears. Why are there Terminators running around? So that's, unfortunately, me, where I sit. Give me 1 second. All right, I am back. Sorry. So who in your Forerunner group wanted the grappling hook, says Mr. Squid? As a joke, all of us. But realistically, I don't know if I can even talk about that. Unfortunately, like, guys, these are things that I do want to talk about, because they're fun, and I gotta ask John Unishek about what I can and can't talk about, because, like, there is a lot of fun stuff. Oh, you know what is fun? Okay, so guys, remember when I had COVID in 2020? You want to know how I got COVID? It's because in 2020 we were attending our second Forerunner meeting. And it happened to be the very day that outbreak at that retirement home happened. And we were kind of, like, unfortunately, like, everything was, you know, everything was kind of going crazy in Seattle. People were really scared. You know, things were shutting down and stuff. And I was out of there in about 4 days. But 2 weeks after I got back, I started getting really sick. And I think I know how I got sick. And 343, like, they took extremely good care of us, though. In fact, I suspect I probably got it at the airport, because unfortunately I was not the most careful and I didn't have any hand sanitizer. There wasn't any left. 343 was incredibly... I remember being there, sitting down for dinner with them as, like, the news was coming in about the outbreak and the, you know, state of emergency was being declared. And the people at 343 were incredibly fast at being like, no, we gotta shut this down. You guys need to go home. Like, you know, this is serious. Like, Microsoft, it was just like, boom, no, none of you are coming into work tomorrow. Like, the lightning speed at which 343 and Microsoft took care of not just their employees, but us too, while we were in Seattle. It was scary. We didn't know what was going on. Like, and, like, I'm really thankful, I guess. Like, Jessie Birdie on Twitter, if you ever see her, like, that was a tough night for her, because, like, she was excited about this whole thing. She had, you know, kind of been partially responsible, and to kind of have, you know, in the span of a few hours, all of her dreams and ambitions, like, you know, for this big second meeting of the Forerunners, to have that come crashing down because of the pandemic, like, it was a tough night for her, but, like, the speed at which they were able to get everyone safely back home, like, you know, it's like kudos. Thoughts on a non-combat focused Halo game? That could be fun, like kind of like city management or something. I'd love a Halo game where you're just, like, establishing a colony on a world and like establishing supply lines and like your own economy and stuff. And just kind of like building a city. Yeah, and at least I'm okay now. I mean, holy moly, I'm thankful, you know? And I also made sure to isolate myself as much as possible so that I didn't spread, you know, because I was fine, but that doesn't mean whoever I might have spread it to wouldn't have been fine. And I made sure to contain myself. My sister actually helped. She made like a makeshift quarantine room at her house. And it was like, come here, you're living in this room for the next 3 or 4 weeks. And we waited a good 2 weeks after the fever had broken, all the symptoms were gone before we left. And it was awful. I hate that room. But yeah, that's the COVID story. So why did none of you speak up when they showed no player collision? Asks Noble. So a lot of people now actually are asking about you know, like, why didn't you speak up X? Why didn't you speak up Y? There are some things that we did speak up about. Like player collision, I remember giving my feedback about what would be lost via its removal. But the thing is, like, we're just a feedback group, and I am only just one person in that group, so I have no idea, you know, what some of the other people maybe thought. Because what's important about that feedback group is that they gathered a variety of opinions. It would have been a disaster if it was just a bunch of people like myself who had very specific opinions about Halo. So what they did instead, which is a lot smarter, is gather a wide variety of people who have their own specific opinions. Because that way we're kind of like balancing each other out, and we're not just like all of our feedback funneling the game into a place where it's just designed for one kind of Halo player. So I do remember giving my feedback not liking the lack of player collision and stuff like that. But ultimately, we're not, you know, developers. We're not making the game. And there's other sources of feedback that are coming into play. But what is kind of nice, I guess, is that, like, 343 is very receptive to feedback. And I've seen the way that they gather feedback as well. 343 is being very good about how they listen to the community. And what I can say is, if you have opinions, so if you don't like player collision, as an example, like, bring back player collision, what's going to happen with the community management team is they're going to see all of this, bring back player collision, and that's it. That's the data they have. And they're like, the community is really upset about no player collision. That's it. And then the management team thinks, okay, well, crud. Why are they upset about no player collision? Because in their development bubble, they're thinking, well, here are some of the perks to not having player collision. X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. Because they're designing around, like, Slayer and stuff like that in the online experience. Well, you could start pitching ideas that maybe they hadn't considered. Like, think about custom games, you know? Like, how that would affect custom games. Think about Griffball and all this stuff. So when you say bring back player collision, it has benefits in the game for, and then you list off your reasons. So when the community management team gathers up all that feedback, they're going to show the developers that. And that's data that the developers can then work off of. You know, think of like grenade hit markers. The reason that in the custom games we have an option to turn off grenade hit markers is because the community said we don't like grenade hit markers because it turns grenades into semi-radars. If we throw a grenade into a room and get a hit marker, we know an enemy is in there. It gives away their position. Boom, that's data that the team can work with. Thus, we got a toggle for it. I remember giving feedback actually about the audio options, the hit detection effects. I asked if we could have a way to toggle this off, and the way that I structured my feedback is that in a competitive environment, sometimes there are moments where you're listening to the footsteps and you kill one guy, and then the loud pa-chink, you know, of the hit marker sound effect, it drowns out the sound of the footsteps. So being able to turn that down so that I can have a cleaner audio spectrum, like that's vital for online shooters. And thankfully that feedback was clear enough that, like, I don't think it was just me, you know, who did that. I think it was a lot of people that were asking that, but, like, you know, feedback matters, basically, and being specific in your feedback matters. The fact that they responded to the battle pass is insane. Yeah, it is insane. Here we go. Schwayne Johnson says, are you planning on doing anything with Reshade? So, if anybody has Reshade installed, please reach out to me, because I installed Reshade to Halo Infinite. Let me try that again. I installed Reshade to Halo Infinite, and some weird stuff began happening, like crashes and stuff like that. So if anybody has been able to get it working, reach out to me, okay? Because I want to do some Reshade stuff, you know? Can you tell them to add brightness and contrast options? Very much needed, says Zoltox. Oh, it's... Also, like, remember, it's not like, hey, you're the only person who can enact change. I'm one of many Forerunners, so there are other people as well. But now that the game is in the wild, guys, I'll be honest, you're the most important people now, you know? Like, basically, you guys now drive the engagement. Like, the Battle Pass, you know, we gave our own feedback, and, you know, the developers were quite confident in, like, how the Battle Pass was going to work with the challenges and stuff. Because, you know, as our feedback, we're just giving our opinions and thoughts and stuff, but then out in the wild and seeing how bad it got, you guys were, I'd say, like, the primary drivers behind, like, some of the positive changes that we're seeing. Like, it's good stuff, you know? So for you, like, brightness and contrast settings, I agree with you, Zoltox. I'd say, like, for the sake of accessibility, that's what I would say. For the sake of accessibility, you pitch that as, like, accessibility options, being able to independently change the brightness and the contrast of the game. Like, get a discussion going, you know? Maybe start, like, a thread on Twitter, see if you can get some other people in on it and stuff, and, you know, tag some content creators in it. Like, you know, they're always, like, they're just hungry for data, for feedback that they can put on a spreadsheet and show to a developer. They even color code it, which I think is actually really fun. So, like, positive stuff, they usually, if I remember right, it was blue, and the red stuff, which is, like, the areas of improvement, is, like, red, you know? So when it sees, like, community doesn't like X, and it's, like, blue, here's some of the positives of it, but red, here are some of the things that they're saying needs work about it. So yeah, like brightness and contrast settings, that's, like, actually a good bit of feedback. I'd like to see something like that. But, yeah, the developers are awesome, man. Like, game development is really cool. It's emotional, I'll say that. Like, it's a very interesting and emotional experience, because basically you're seeing, like, the all parts of the game, both its weaknesses and its strengths. You're seeing different versions of the game, and you're giving feedback on it. And then it's like you're hacking off the weaknesses, and now you've got something more solid underneath. And then you play that, and then you criticize the weaknesses of that, and so you hack those off, and you just keep hacking and filing off all of the weaknesses until what you're left with is a solid core. And that's kind of like Halo Infinite, you know? I think part of the reason that the game is solid, like, I guess structurally and mechanically, content and progression system is another story, but just structurally and mechanically, this is a really solid core for the game. And I think it's because 343 was so receptive of the feedback. They were willing to kind of, you know, hack away at things that maybe if they felt good about, like, it wasn't being received well. And so it, you know, it got kicked to the curb, and what was left was the strengths of the game. And that's basically what we're playing, the best version of the game. But, Darkest343 says, what really kills me is the armor cores. I just want to use the ODST shoulders and scout helmet on the Mark 7 core. Yeah. I agree. And keep giving that feedback. But I need to get some water, and I need to get started on my next video. And guys, yeah, keep on keeping on, okay? This was actually a really fun stream. Alrighty. I shall see you